An underwriter will not underwrite assets that he doesn't know, that have not been disclosed. Are you aware? They won't. They want to know, what are we underwriting here? Yeah. So that shit they give you to you. So, hey, man, these are the things. S block, the building is worth 2.1 million. It has the following number of windows, number of doors, number of chairs, this. You name them, because they must account. If this thing is missing, they must tell you where it is. Where it is. Because they've accepted it. They must tell you, where is this thing? Where is this nice thing? Where is it?
I was about to say something.
Ask.
No.
Ask. Okay, fine.
But I think, Mr. Ngubeni, in case of how they manage the building, especially the asset inside the building.
Yeah.
Security officials, remember, as we said earlier on, they're not particularly trained for the campuses.
You have hit it on the nail. There and there. You have given the correct, that's where the problem is. They're not trained. Yeah.
That means we need to train them.
That's it. That's correct. You have said it. They're not trained, guys. These people are trained for industrial and commercial guarding. Let's agree.
Yes.
They're trained for that. Grade E up to A is for commercial or industrial guarding. It's not for campus. It's not. Let's agree. You know, that's what you've said is so profound. They are not trained for that. You guys are employing and I like your contracts. You say, I want a grade D, 16 people, grade C. Those people won't give you what you want. They're not trained for that. No. They're trained for mines. To guard the buildings in the mine. They're trained for shopping malls. We are go at Gasemola, Bauja the drumstick. That's what they're trained for. Finish. They're not trained for that. No. That's it. We've hit it on the exactly. Training is a problem here. Let me tell you, your control room must have all the number of buildings they have on campus. All of them. How many desks, tables? They must have it, the control room. When they send you, they say, hey, go to patrol, go to patrol, go to Oliver Tambo. I remember at Teflop, I used to say, go to Chair Guevara. There should be 16 chairs there. Check them. And come and give me a feedback on patrol that 16 chairs are there. That's what you should come and give us a feedback on. Go to Samora Machel building and tell us all the windows are there. When you come back, you give us that, Bar. That's what patrol is all about. Finish. Patrol is not around walking around sending WhatsApps. No. Go there. Okay. Patrol is a directed and focused movement of a security official to do crime prevention and make sure that there's law and order maintenance. That's patrol. There's a course on that. I provide a week-long course. Just patrol. Only. That's what you must patrol. It's a focused and planned movement of a security officer to prevent crime and maintenance of law and order at campus. It's not just a leisurely walk. No. No. It's focused and directed. When you come back, when you give it a, what do you call it, guys? You call it a side rep. Yeah, a sit rep. You give a sit rep on these things. I went to building number 8. I found 8 chairs. All the windows were closed. The doors were locked. All seemed to be in order. That's a sit rep. Informed, factual, and real. That's a sit rep. Go and check what is in your OB books, guys. You will cry. All in order. For what? For 12 hours, nobody saw anything. For 12 hours. Ah, woman. 12 hours, you saw nothing. Ah, woman. Ah, woman. What are we paying for? 12 hours. This one wrote all in order. He's been patrolling for 12 hours. He tells you nothing.
No, besides the 12 hours.
Yeah.
Remember, buildings differ.
Yeah.
When you go patrol at the building with 13 floors, if you can't go for 10 minutes.
You can't go for 10. Guys, you can't go for 10 minutes there. How?
Unless you break that
Yeah.
into sections.
Yeah.
So, okay, fine, I'll take it from basement
That's
to
it.
7th floor.
Yeah.
Then you take 8 to 10.
That's it.
And then the longer the floor makes also a difference because there are staff working. That is why some years back at Cassti building, there was a staff member who passed away, but security personnel were there. The reason is this guy never checked the doors.
So he was one dead there.
The family phone and phone and phone. And then at the end,
Yeah.
the son drove to say, no, Papa can't just be.
Something is wrong.
Yeah.
Something is wrong. When they arrive at the Asfanfiren, the car is there. Then they ask security officer, Chief, all right.
You see, guys.
So when they arrive there, the man is passed. But 7 hours, should they have been a regular patrol,
They would have picked it up.
they have picked up.
You see, guys.
So this can happen at any environment.
Man.
You know the telecom story of that lady. He
Yeah.
spent 2 days in the office.
Office. Nobody's. Yeah.
2 days.
2 days. I know.
Yeah. The
And
one-
security was doing
Yes,
patrols.
yeah, and the door of that lady was not locked.
Yeah.
She died 2 o'clock Friday.
Yeah.
It means from 8 in the morning ever she said they actually it's 3 days because they only refined her the following week on Monday.
Monday morning. I remember. And security guys came and gave a report that says all in order. I can tell you that right now. That's what's happening, guys.
But just to come in there,
Yeah.
my colleague, you know the setup in these offices. When you do patrols, you don't knock into an office, or do you?
No, you are supposed to. You're supposed to check the doors afterwards. You're supposed to check the doors are closed or open. All of them afterwards.
What they must do is you must test the door.
Test the doors afterwards.
Yeah. But during the working
No,
hours,
you don't have to.
hours
What?
from 5, you must check the
Yeah.
door, check the door, check the
The
door.
door.
Television, how many doors are in Winnie Madikizela Mandela?
Almost more than 6,000.
So how practical is that?
Very. And I'll explain this part why
Yes,
this matter
yeah.
is practical.
So I'm raising this so that we get answers from you.
Yeah,
And
fine.
better proposals.
Okay.
So I'm throwing this problem.
Okay, throw it
because
at me.
you are solution
That's when
makers.
I said how to improve those circles so that they can become so.
That's
edgy.
right.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine. I'm coming at that. Ma'am, you have an answer. You have got a question there?
But now it comes back to, like Mr. Hassan yesterday spoke about working in silence.
Yeah.
There are certain departments in your engineering or wherever where that whole building is managed by them themselves. It's the biometric work with their fingerprint. There is no way that security can access there. Some of those labs,
Yeah.
we can only patrol it up until a certain level.
Yeah, okay.
Even us from CPS doesn't have access there. And that happened so unfortunately that a student was once locked in one of the labs because everybody went out and then the student couldn't come out. And unfortunately he's on the 4th floor, he's panicking, calling through the window. We had to call someone to come and unlock that. So that patrols is also not as effective.
Effective as you might want it to be. Okay. I want to answer this question.
Certain areas it's inaccessible.
Fine. Let's go back. What is patrol? It's a focused movement by a security officer to check or to maintain law and order, to check for unusual circumstances, but primarily to prevent crime. That's primary. That's the essence. That's why you must be in uniform. That's the essence. Now, what do you do when you're on patrol? If you are assigned to patrol a building, the first thing is you must know the name of the building. That's number one. Number two, you must know the people who are likely to use that building. That you must know. Number three, you must know the more or less the time that those people are supposed to vacate that building. More or less, you must know. You are going to have those exceptions where a professor wants to stay there after 8. And you know them. Because they come and ask for you, come and close. Am I right? You know that. So what you do is you don't go on patrol until you have been briefed. You don't. There's got to be a general knocking on what is coming to work briefing for everybody. Am I right? Then there's got to be a specific document that assigns you to a particular patrol site. That says, Chief, at this patrol you must look at the following. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That you sign. And it's logged in the OB book. Am I right? That you have been briefed. The situation preceding the 12 hours was like this. The 7 lectures, the 7 people in that building who are doing 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't go there not knowing what to look for.
Just to add in there,
Yeah.
I like when you mention the relationship between the executive deans.
Yeah.
Sometimes academics tend to undermine authority and knowledge of security officers. So it's high time that after number 1 and 2,
Yeah.
before the orientation program
Yeah.
and the registration, then we call executive deans and HODs
To him.
and orientate them and discuss with them. You have
That's where the service level agreement comes in.
100 members
Yeah.
in your department.
Man.
How do they operate?
That's
So
it.
that
Everybody knows.
everybody
knows.
Yes, so that when they cry about theft of this thing, then we know. They
Yeah.
must give us, we've got lectures, we've got meeting, we've got this time. We are able to allocate right number of security
It is.
officers.
Colleagues, let me tell you, on the 25th of November every year, the university registrar used to give me the annual university plan. Annual. I used to go to him and say, MC, he was my friend. Hey, MC, and about direct, because he was so good, so he could speak. He gives me the university annual calendar for the whole year. I know the meetings, the type of meetings, the buildings. I used to know them. When I brief my guys, my exco, I had my own exco. They know exactly. I give you, Raymond, here's the annual plan of the university. Let's create our strategy around this plan. You don't catch me by surprise. I can know which day the VC will be on campus based on the annual plan because I have it. I know. I know when he won't be around because I can read it. This man won't be here. I know. I knew. So you get the annual university calendar. You plot. Evan, the month of Feb, the VC is not going to be here. Registrar won't be here, only here. Okay. Now we strategize our pattern around that. He won't be here, so there might be some nonsense happening here. Guys, let me tell you, when you are heading a security system, you must know everything. So you can brief us, your guys according. You must know Alice. At times I used to even to question. Okay. I was the only non-academic member who was part of the Senate. Now the Senate was the highest academic body. I was a non-executive, but I was there. I said, but hang on, this calendar won't work for us. I'll tell them why it's not going to work for us. See, this calendar has problems. You guys have concentrated your meetings in January. January is the registration for us. We can't assign you people unless you want me to go over my budget. They'll say, no, the finance say, no. You know the finance guys, no. Then then we change that annual meeting. They put their meetings later. But by me saying, this December and January, we're having a lot of meetings, guys. We can't protect you. We'll be looking at registrations and strikes, so we can't be here. They say, well, I said, look, we won't be here. So you're on your own.
So in other institutions, you will be told that as a support service, your duty is to support the academic program because that's the core program of the university. So it can be the other way around that protection services and security will determine the calendar of the university. So if all my seniors will tell you that.
No.
We'll tell you the program.
Yeah. Fit in.
You fit in. That's
Okay.
why you are there.
Okay.
You're supporting them, not the other way.
Okay. No, let me comment on that. One thing that I like about a meeting, especially that determines the calendar, is everybody agrees on it up front. The head of finance is here. The head of student affairs is here. The VC is here. All the deans are here. So only when I say to them, guys, there's two things. January and February, our resources are constrained to registration because we must look after the queues. There's going to be toys, there's going to be this. I'm going to give you this. Now, what I did was, and which was a surprise, I always came with a plan, over and above this plan. I said, hey, by the way, now my head of finance was a guy called Herman. I said, Herman, in a meeting, Herman, I'll be submitting this extra money for extra guards. If he says yes, then I go to procurement. Say, hey, procurement, following the decision of EXCO, minute so, final touch, I need the extra guards for this. But I have the permission from finance first. Can you see it now? Finance has said, yes, go ahead. I give them poo. They run with their procurement issues. I'm sorted. If they say no, I tell them what the consequences of no are. Upfront, guys, we'll have a meeting. You'll be 16 in that meeting, and SRC will be part of those meetings. There will be one security guard. Tell them that. You say, no. I said, then give me extra guards. Then give me extra guards. I'm telling you now. Because when you guys are busy engaging with the SRC, and others will be singing outside, I've got to look at those people that are singing outside. Than this one, that way. Because this ones, you are giving them lamb chops and everything, they'll be fine with you. Yeah, they'll be fine with you. I must look at these ones outside. Hey, they say, no, hey, Ngoben. The VC jumps in. They say, Ngoben needs people. He needs people. They give me money. I go to hey, procurement, get me these people. Get me these people. Finish. Done. Guys, let me tell you, you will never gain the respect of academics until they know this is not a lightweight. No, this guy is not a lightweight. You tell them, oh, this won't happen. I remember once the Senate had to discuss and decide on closing the campus in March. That year, it was for the first time that TEFLOP had people from Zambia, Morocco, everywhere. It was our African outreach. So they were coming into the campus through our international program. They were coming there. 3 of those kids were on wheelchairs. So the Senate, the EMC discussed with the Senate that, no, look, we're going to close the campus and bring the campus under order. I said, fine. I went to that meeting. I said, VC, I can see you guys have decided this thing, and so I was not in that meeting. We have a problem. One of the students, he's a grandson of Nyerer. He's on a wheelchair. The grandson of Nyerer. He's on a wheelchair. If we're closing the campus, this one must be kicked out too. We can either make alternative arrangement at Esculap. Esculap was one of the guest houses in Petersburg. Maybe some of you in Petersburg will know Esculap. I can either take them to Esculap on a program for which you guys must pay. And if we pay for this one, the rest of them will want the same thing from Soweto, from Mamelodi, from other, they'll want the same thing. Yeah. Now there was another group of albinos. They also say they want the same treatment. Guys, and VC said, Stephen, what are you saying? I said, hang on, Prof. I want to support this thing. But these are the implications for me. When you guys go, this company is left for me. I need to deal with these people. You guys won't be here. How do I deal with this nearest person? The embassy is in Pretoria. The embassies, there was no embassies in Petersburg. It's in Pretoria. Yeah, all of them, in fact. He says to me, I was not aware. Give me the name. I said, Prof, this is the name. He said, how many others? Now, I bring other people. So, we ended up with 16 or 17 people. He said, Stephen, I'm going to call for an emergency EMC on this matter. These facts I was not aware of. I didn't know about this. I'm going to call for an emergency EXCO matter to discuss this, because this thing has implications for. Remember, the media, now remember, the media is dead. The media will take out Nyerera's daughter and make an issue. They're dead. Keep quiet. Hey. Now the deans come to me. Hey, why not? You are a sellout, Ngoben. Sellout, man. I said, guys, remember, you guys can make an easy decision. I must deal with the consequences of the decision when you guys are gone. You won't be here. You'll be in Bendo. Most of them were living in Bendo. You'll be in Bendo. I'll be left here on campus. So I did need an answer on this one. Let me tell you, the SRC, not knowing, they came to me, say, hey, Ngoben, you're on our side. I don't know who leaked this out. You're on our side. So the EMC is looking and say, yeah, look, I don't know what they're talking about. Where do you guys say, no, we know, obviously. The SRC always have people in the EMC. They always have people there. I knew that one. Because I spoke this with the VC. We called for an emergency EXCO. That's what happened. Can I tell you what happened? That decision was rescinded. Said, no, let's phase them out. Within a week and phase them out, phase them back immediately. Because it has implications. Reputationally, it's not good. It's not good reputation, it's not good. Now, you become the most hated man of the dean. The Deans don't like you. Remember, the Deans have already planned. They are going to Mahoba Slough for a week. Now you are cutting back their week. You are cutting it back with 2 days. You must come back. Say, hey, this guy now. And remember, those Deans, they were big shots, guys. They were not your average guys. They were big shots. I mean, there's a guy who's in charge there. He was a special advisor to our office. He was a big shot. A big shot. And he comes to me. He was a dean. Comes to me and say, hey guys, let me leave this. Let's go. Hey, I can tell stories. Let's come back here. I won't stop with the stories. Then let's come back here. Yeah.
I'm not interrupting you. Did you respond to what was Nicole saying about the biometric?
Oh yes. I only dealt with your issue. Let me deal with your issue. Nicole, we agree there are buildings that are sensitive, and we agree on to that. That does not need access except through 2 authorized people only. And most of them are your engineers. I agree that. Fine. In my service level agreement between Campus Protection Service and that faculty, I tabulate that this is building, who's the building owner, who's the safety rep. The safety rep might just give me updates on what the hell is going on there, because I'm not allowed. Am I right? Must just give me updates on what's going on there. When we patrol, one of the patrol instructions is that when you get there, check the building and check the doors and walk out. Don't try anything else. It's in a service level agreement. Don't try. Even I can go there. Even I can go there. And we agree. But where is it? Service level agreement. We've signed it. Every month we meet, we review it. Because can I tell you? Okay, I need to explain. One of those so-called sacred places was turned out to be used for nonsense. Nonsense. But I won't go into that now.
But that's the thing, sir.
Yeah.
What you are saying is so true. But all of us from CPS here, on our level,
Yeah.
will never even be part of the discussion of evaluating security based on those things.
Serious?
Yes.
But why not?
We are just informed. Nicole, MI7, there's it. Sharp, you know what? I draft the operational plans, task.
Huh?
We are not part of that.
It's true as you
Yeah.
mentioned it now. Come January and March, like January, our security service provider, we always change them in January.
Yeah.
1st of January, you've got parents from Eastern
Cape.
Northwest, Polokwane, they are there with their kids
Yeah.
looking for space. And you are sitting with a new security guard. He doesn't even know where he's building one, where he's going. And you are given 5 of them in a faculty of science, let me rather say.
Yeah.
You know how big is that?
Very big.
What's the intake of students on the faculty? Almost 20,000. Almost 20,000, just one faculty.
Guys,
So you can imagine if you have only 5 security officers per shift, and you have to manage.
okay. Guys, let me tell you, this is going to be hard on me. Remember, I promised that I'm not going to go beyond my time. Let me go through issues. What I will do, I'll create a special session where I take you through this one, because that one is important, what you must do. With documents, what you should do. I'll take you through that one. Let's go to Resident Security Safety Program. You must have a program that deals with resident safety alone. And you evaluate them on that alone. Nothing to know. Why not? Why? But why not? Yeah. Yeah.
Based on the experience
Yeah.
with the TUT in-house residences,
Mm.
there's a serious problem, honestly. It might sound political,
Yeah.
but I'm just sharing my experience.
Yeah.
You'll find that the residences, because there's rest managers, they're not managing them according to the policies of TUT.
Oh, yeah, no, that I understand.
So-
Yeah, no, okay, my heart.
That comes again to a point whereby we as
Yeah.
security services or protection services, we try to enforce
Mm.
our mandate, and then comes the threats from the SRCs that goes to management, and then they overruled you. So where do you remain?
Okay. let me tell you what is one advantage I had, guys, at Teflop. And it was simply because I had a personal relationship with the VC and my direct report. My direct report was the registrar. But the VC took over because I was more closer to him because we were both from Cape Town. I was closer to my VC than I was with my boss. My VC knew. My VC became a security expert. To this day, when I meet him, he still says to me, "You made me a security expert, you," without having rewrite a course. Because I used to brief him, "Prof, ask these questions. Don't ask that. Ask these ones." And you'll see how the deans will react and how the HODs will react. Let's start with that one. One of the biggest problems that we're going to have, as soon as people start to like security, there's a problem. You must know. Once res admin, in particular, start to like you guys, and let me tell you how they like you. They have friends at dining halls. So they'll arrange some lunches. They tried that with me too. They arrange you a lunch. They call you to their event. You know, when they say, "Hey, there is a freshers water," they call you there, and you go there with your suit, and they say you must make a speech. I refuse those things. I said no. There's an orientation where I speak after the VC. That's why I speak, guys. These other things, do them by yourself. Don't get me involved. But I run you a resident safety program. Finish. And these are the elements. Firstly, in November, the date of November, I speak with the facilities manager. Everybody must vacate residences. Get out. Everybody go out. Because that belongs to us now. We must clean, paint, and fumigate. Am I right? That's us now. Now, I had my other buddy from Venda. He was my friend. He was in charge of the facilities. He gives me his program on when he's going to fumigate, paint, clean, and replace plaques. I had that. He will tell me, "Hey, go and come to Madiba Heights." Madiba Heights is one of the tallest residences. They come to Madiba Heights. Yeah. Oh, you know it. Come to Madiba Heights. Come to Madiba Heights. What? Chief. I go there. I go there. You'll be surprised what he has found in the residences. Knives, pangas, alcohol, and money. Now, people were running a system of selling drugs from that room. He said, "Come and see here. What the fun." You see, they leave it in the wardrobes with bags. Now, that time, we didn't know about Moeta and this other, and Vev. We didn't know about those things. Those students were drinking Vev then already. We didn't know about that. We just were interested in backgrounds. The thing that we knew. The others we didn't know about it. Can I tell you? Resident managers have given that room a clean bill of health. They say all is in order. Yes. Yes. So I'm not surprised resident administrators are like that. Because remember, these are their friends. I said to the VC on the VC, let me tell you, let's go on a Sunday. Ask. Or is it there? Okay. Say 1, 2, 4. That's how we do it, 1, 2. Now, resident managers. Guys, let me tell you, resident safety is a program on its own. It's going to take me half a week to explain to you what you must do there, but it must be done. Now, but sometimes I'll be done in 5 minutes. I'm trying to push myself. Where am I? I'm on number 9. I'm on number 9. Yeah, that's your Okay. So I must be here now.
No, just talking to you.
Okay, I mustn't move. Okay, guys, sorry, I can't move anymore. Now, crime prevention and awareness program. As part of my orientation in January, they used to give us suits. We used to wear suits with University of the North. Oh, here, where I explained to students exactly. Oh, Dadam is this is his area of expertise. He knows these things. Okay. Now, you explain in details what is the crime prevention plan of your department upfront. Crime prevention plan upfront to students, parents, donors, deans, everybody. They know what's your plan. Your plan is not an afterthought. I mean, I had a 17-page plan, the strategy with plans. So you can read and ask me questions on the spot. Say, Mr. Governor, what do you mean here? Say, I mean this. I mean that here. So parents leave the campus knowing their kids are safe. Because I've told parents, and most of parents would ask questions. I explain. This race is a problem. Now, 1 year, there was a drama. Without the registrar telling me, I started, you see, I had friends all over the show. The Director General of Hospital in Mangweng was my friend too. One day he called me and said, Stephen, there's this report that I must share. When I went to share, I realized, look guys, on campus, students are going to fight and they're going to stab each other. It's going to happen. Expect it. It's not normal, but it's going to happen. I know it's not normal. Since it's going to happen. They'll stab each other. They'll punch. It's going to happen. He says, Ngoben, I'm picking up something else now. The knife wounds are no longer the normal ones. What? I don't know, they are no longer. Come. I went to him. Gibson, say, hey, Gibson Mukansi. Gibson, what's this? He was also from Venda. Gibson. He said, hey, check this thing. I check. Now, I'm not studying science, but I can see the milligram or millicentimeters, they are longer. Can you explain this to me? They are no longer using okapis? It's not an okapi. Something else. Kiri, what? Now, most of the stabbing were happening at Che Guevara. So I track. The first question to me was, who's there? I check. I realized the problem here. The university had run a program in KwaZulu-Natal and brought people from Pongola with knives, with big pangas. I wouldn't know this. Kiri Kai. Kiri. But no, there's a group of people who are from Pongola. They are here. I called the meeting. Yeah, I called the meeting and said, guys, come here. Komiso. Guys, I understand I couldn't say you are Zulus because some of them are not necessarily Zulus. I said, guys, I've picked up a trend. You guys are stabbing each other, it's okay. But don't use these things that you're using from wherever you are using them. Punches. No, they must punch each other. Look, students are going to fight, guys. You can't stop them. They get drunk, they fight. It's going to happen. I mean, how many times have they fought? I mean, they fight. It's going to happen. Every week they fight. It's going to happen. And most of them, they're drunk over girlfriends. It's going to happen. But so there's a guy. What? Hey, where go Ben? A Zulu guy. Where go Ben? Kukhona izinto apha. Yeah, look. So I spoke English all the time. Yeah, I can understand, but go ahead. So he explains. I realized that there were 37 people from Pongola that started that year. Those people had been trained as killers. In Gabia, they've been trained as killers. I said, what? Now, if Gibson hadn't told me this, I would not have known that there's a problem here. The stabbings are no longer small, they're big. He said, check this thing. Hey, mother is on. But hey, go in. But I had an agreement with them that hey, mother, my man, because you can't stop that part. That bonan mother, I use a mipo, so bliff. Don't. But no, we're looking for. Teflop is the only university that where we had saves. I created saves for Imipo because they were there, Chief. I mean, they're there. You can't use them out. They said no, they are prepared. If I give them an amnesty to bring the guns, to bring the knives for safekeeping. When I saw the knives, I was scared myself. They were this long and very sharp. Guys, let me go through this. I told you I'm gonna run out of my time. I did. Okay, guys, I'm gonna stop here. This topic is, I provide this course over almost a day and a half. It's a long course, this course. What is performance-based contract? You can pick up for yourself what Am I right? What they must do. It's detailed. Every month, they had a meeting with the area manager to evaluate them. Every quarter, they have a meeting with me to evaluate them before we give them payments. That's it. Have I helped you guys? Yeah, yeah.
So noting that crowd control is not probably not the function of security. Where does it come in?
Okay.
In your performance-based contract?
Okay, let me touch on that quick. Can I help you, Ms. Bob?
I'm behind you.
Okay. Okay, Baba, I will brief you because we said we're going to respect this time.
Okay.
Yeah, I will brief you outside, but I've got a good answer.
Remember, we need to understand about the crowd control issue.
Yeah.
That's why we're so interested if Sina would be here and explain in detail to us about the crowd control issues.
Okay.
If they were here, but I don't see them.
No, Sarah will be coming. In fact,
This afternoon.
when Sarah presents, I'll jump in and address this because one of the topics that are coming to present on is handling of crowds. They're coming, so I'll jump in and explain this part. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not only limited to that, because there's a certain thing, that is why I was saying, all of us here, we see your vision here,
Yeah.
we grasp it.
Yeah.
However, at our level, we don't have that say to say, do this, because if you're looking at it, another thing that should be added is event security, because
Yeah.
that's a different type of.
It comes under crowd control.
Don't even, most of our management directors, well, not the directors, but from different faculties,
Seniors.
they don't grasp this thing of compliance. Every single day, it's a problem just to explain to them compliance. This thing of an event that doesn't form part of it, the vice chancellor's inauguration, installation.
Yeah.
That is something different from the normal.
It's not your normal thing.
But it needs.
It must be planned.
It needs compliance, just as your varsity sports. It requires a different type of security deployment. Because here we're talking about event security officers and we're talking about crowd control. Now, when our managers look at it, the seniors, they just see a bouncer and a security.
No, they're not the same.
Bouncer. This is not a nightclub. But those are the things. That's why I'm saying it's good that you say, but it's like it's the wrong crowd.
No, I'm going to respond. Let me tell you guys, when Sarah comes here, there are three things they're going to address. They're going to address code of conduct. They're going to address handling of demonstrations. And they're going to address digitalization of Sarah. I'll jump in. I don't want to undermine our time, yeah?
So now what we are learning now and the concerns that we have,
Yeah.
are we going to give a full report to our
I will. Yeah. I will. Yeah. Remember, guys, we're doing through this through the future of work. I'm going to compile the report, pass it to Mr. Mshomi. Then Mr. Mshomi will table it at EXCO, then EXCO will escalate it down. That's my job. The same thing is I'm going to table a report to him. He's going to do the same thing there. That's it. That's all I can do. Yeah. Yeah. That here. Okay. Mr. Mshomi, nugget of a report again. Yeah. Guys, let's respect this time.
Thank you so much. Our poor cousins actually made sure they are not forgotten. Yeah. Colleagues, I think one of the things around strategic thinking, it's about building the blocks in what you want to achieve. And I do believe that what Ndatengo Beni have outlined in terms of the performance-based contract ties in with a lot of things that we have outlined as our expectations yesterday. And there are a few things that I would actually want that they be on record as this thing is being recorded. Is one, I picked up that there is a disjuncture between what the management is discussing and what you guys are doing. Certain things that you are proposing, they don't even filter to the management. And due to also the issue of leadership of hierarchy, there are certain forums where you're supposed to be sitting, but you're not sitting because then your positions are juniorized. So I think what then needs to happen as a recommendation is that security on campus need to become part of the discussions at management meetings at all levels, because it's critical. So I will make that recommendation. When I get the report from Ngobeni, there'll also be some recommendations that I will make from my side. I'm not sure how far that will go. I'll take it up to the EMC, and we can see. And the other universities would also receive the similar thing. But I think that we are going somewhere. Okay, thank you so much. And on the issue of crowd control, I'm not sure. I'm very new in university, but I was also working for government. I don't think that our security in government could manage crowd control. That is very critical. And I think from the performance-based perspective, it's something that we need to be looking at. If you're going to sign a contract with a security company, you are no longer just employing abo no gada, matching lani. They need to be able to offer the whole value proposition around security. Okay, thank you so much. We are going on our second part, which will be on working together to create a safe campus environment program within the Tshwane precinct. Andre, I think you're supposed to facilitate this part.
Yeah, I'm not sure if all our panel members are here.
Mr. Mutebele?
It was cleared with you, Andre, yesterday.
No, sorry, no.
Presentation
This is
was
not that.
part.
I'm doing one later, gender-based violence.
Okay, who's doing this one?
It's me, it's myself.
Yeah, okay. And then who's representing Dr. Tlale?
I am, but I don't know how you agreed on approaching this one, but I will come in.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm also conversant with what we are doing in the Tshwane precinct.
Okay, cool. I think what we do, we have in Tshwane, we have UNISA, and then we have TUT. And I'm not sure from UP if they will take you, they will say that you didn't represent them. But you can give as a private citizen, you can give inputs. You're not from TUT. No, from UP. Or TUT. Okay, there was a UP guy yesterday. Okay, no. Let's do the two poor cousins. UP and TUT and UNISA.
Oh, poor cousins. Good. The mic, is it working?
It's working.
Yeah, use this one.
Good morning, colleagues. Yeah, thanks. Because it's my time, I'll start. I'll talk on why I spoke about crowd control, because it's a serious issue. I will spend just 2 minutes. So during the UNISA strike, what happened is that we were caught in a situation where we had to take a decision whether the outsourced security company could actually handle the crowd just outside the gate. So there were too many permutations on what the law requires of us, whether we could or can we do that in consultation with the police, can we do that alone, and so forth. So that's why really, for me, out of this conference, this colloquium, it will be great that Sarah really clarifies the issue of crowd control. For instance, when you're dealing with crowd on campus, sometimes, do you call police all the time? Because it's a real situation. It happens now, and you know what happens in Pretoria. The police are overstretched. You only will have one police officer to deal with crime, and they will tell you that their priority is not universities, but the serious crime in the precinct. So that's the challenge that really is a huge challenge for universities. But before I start with the presentation, I thought I should play this Molanyana video. Does it work, this? Yeah. I thought I should play this. I thought I should play this this video. You will just tell me what is your observation there. This is on a campus.
In a campus.
Yeah, this is a campus. So The person at the center there is myself. It was the community members that just got into campus and wanted to attack Mr. Mtebele. So the issue of campus security is a serious issue. And until you experience it, what happened there is that I could only leave campus, I think, 14 hours after, because they really helped me at hostage. The end result there is that we ended up in a boardroom, and it was just me and the security personnel just negotiating our way out. But you can imagine what could have happened there. And those guys were armed. They were analyzed by police thereafter. I think 4 or 5 of them had guns with them. So the issue of campus security is quite serious. It will even affect you there in your space. So it's not an issue of security towards students only, also to staff members. So I just thought I should play that. It is one incident that happened in 2020. Was it 2020? Yes, 2020. You can move to the slide there. I've prepared a brief presentation. My colleagues there spoke about it being building blocks. So it is really high level of what I think is is critical for creating or working together to create a safe campus program in the Tshwane precinct. I asked Mr. Ngobeni, why particularly Tshwane precinct? Why couldn't you just leave it at creating a security safe campus anywhere else? And then he expressed how crucial Tshwane is, how central Tshwane is to security. If we get Tshwane right, I'm quoting him, I think we can roll this thing out anywhere else in the country. So that was his answer. So I was trying to understand what he was trying for me to present here, but this is just my understanding of the topic. Can move. So I just did a Google search of the universities that are around Tshwane. It's a lot of universities. I tried to clarify whether are we only looking at public universities or also private universities, or are we looking at higher education around Tshwane in general, private colleges, TVET colleges. That's the list there. So it's quite a lot of academic institutions in Tshwane. There might be only 3 universities or 4. I think the count was 5, but it's quite a big area where you've got a lot of universities just in close proximity to each other. So that's just the context. So I said, okay, let me start home at UNISA. UNISA has got about 104,000 hectares of land across the country. We have about a footprint in about 6 provinces out of 12 in the country. And I'm talking about centers. So every center's got like campuses that I did not compute here. Just in Gauteng only, you've got, in Pretoria, you've got Mackleneck, you've got Sunnyside, you've got what we call the CBD. That's where Dr. Motebejane is. And CBD is Vista, is Robert Sobukwe, Solomon Matlangu, Little Theatre. And you see, the biggest challenge with the vastness of these campuses, you can imagine if we are having a challenge just as a university only. When you look at a strategy addressing Tshwane as a precinct, is even more challenging. The dynamics with all this, with these campuses is that for each campus, the security complexity changes. You don't get the same challenge that you would get in Mackleneck than you'll get in Florida, and they're just a stone throw from each other. So as we put together the campus security, we must look at the uniqueness of each geographical area, because crime is not the same. Let me give you an example here. During the strike, when we had to resume with the strike with the graduations, we tightened security. Graduations resumed in Polokwane. we went there with the same mentality that said, yeah, we're going to have serious problems. Tightened security, this, that. But, you know, it was just being cautious, but the risk was just minimal. There was no problem in Polokwane, there was no risk in Bloemfontein and so on. So the uniqueness of each campus will come into play as we develop the campus strategy. So I do not think, I know that there will be issues that are common across, but there will be those issues that will have to deal them with regard to their uniqueness. As we put together a campus security strategy, we do not do that in isolation. Yesterday, the MEC discussed with us the initiatives that they are putting together from the provincial health, from provincial point of view. So I just thought it's important that we need to align with other prevailing circumstances and other initiatives as embarked on by government, of which those are stated there. So the issue of crime levels we cannot ignore. The MEC spoke about that at length yesterday, particularly in Gauteng. Gauteng is small, but it is populous. There's too many people from all over the world converge here in Gauteng. So as we put together the campus strategy, we have to take that into cognizance. And then we need to align to the safety city concept as it was adopted by SAPS now in 2022. So all we are saying is that as we put this together as universities in Pretoria, because my assumption is that when we say campus security in Tshwane, you are saying at some point, apart from this year, we are going to build building blocks as it was stated by my colleague there just now. However, as we refine this, we need to bear in mind that there is the campus, there's the provincial initiative from SAPS. You can proceed. I thought as we put this together, the role of campus security will have to be looked at. Security on campuses was once self-sufficient and one relatively unnoticed, but now it is highly visible and an integral part of campus. Those that studied a few years ago and you imagine the role of security at the time, you'll realize that security at the time was subdued. It was like that department that, when I was at varsity, I don't even remember, I just remember that at the gate there would be a security. But today, we are sitting here today, central to the discussion is security. That's the importance of security. Very important, highly visible. That's what I thought we should note there as a context. As we put together the building blocks, we'll have to look at the campus security elements, which in my view, are the policies and procedures that we need to put together. I worked at a university where there was no security policy. I will not mention the name. Where there was no security policy. So policies and procedures are critical because that becomes your baseline. You will refer all other security issues to the policies and procedures. For first and foremost, we need to make sure that our policies and procedures are outdated. And those that have policies and procedures, they need to ensure that the policies and procedures are reviewed frequently, and the frequency will then be determined at the management level. Some universities will say that every 3 years, some once every 5 years, some annually, of which I think is too soon. So I don't know what is the 3 years, yes. So very crucial that the policies and procedures are in place and are updated and reviewed. Physical and environmental factors. I think I touched on that to say, for instance, the levels of crime in a particular area might not be the same like the other one in another area. In one of the universities that I worked for, we were trying to demarcate the occupied land. So we had to get a land surveyor, put up the pegs, of the boundaries and then put up a fence around the area. Just got a call from the land surveyor that under attack from members of the community. Yes, they were attacked badly. So we had to get the police to escort them as they were putting up the fence around the area. But it's not the same. Same university, you go to Makado, same challenges, you put up a boundary fence with no challenge whatsoever. So all I'm saying, the environment becomes crucial. I can't see that anymore. Can you go to the previous slide? I was still on that previous slide. Yes, thank you. The other issue is the issue of technology. I will not bore you with that. Yesterday, there was a great discussion around technology. And as we are told, Huawei is here to present. I'm so happy I'm presenting after Huawei. Because Huawei presented in one platform, they presented first. And I had to present after on technology as a layman. I almost said, please, program director, I'm requesting that I should not present further, because I know they are much more advanced in terms of technology, particularly the issue of the smart campus. The issue of campus security role, very important. We can undermine it. But colleagues, I can tell you now, if you walk into any campus and ask a colleague or a student whether they know really what is the role of security, we take it for granted that people understand that security is just there for access control, is just there for their safety, but the security role is much more broader and bigger. And if we really focus our energy on that as we develop this safe campus roadmap, that's what we would call it, then we would not have achieved what we should be achieving. Staffing. There was a talk yesterday about training. For instance, you have a situation where staff members are retiring every year. Staff members were appointed 20 years ago. Staff members, some of them will tell you straight that they do not see the need for them to be trained because they are about to go on pension. Some will tell you that they are not computer literate. Some will tell you that the issue of using apps and computers are not in their job description. As a result, if you start doing that, you have to review their job grade. So those are the challenges that you face with staffing. As we develop this, we need to put that in mind. Prevailing regulations, we spoke about that a lot yesterday. Whatever we do, the Constitution is our driving force, then the approved legislation that follows thereafter, of which should all be in line with the Constitution of the country. Campus safety issues, I think I touched on that. Crime prevention, professionalization, and integration to professionalize security. I don't know about TUT, but most of the campuses that I've also worked at a TVET college. Security is not professionalized. I watched a video clip from, I think it's Tekis. If what they are doing there is really what is actually happening on the ground, there's a lot to learn there. Because when a visitor comes in, you see the way they escort the person, try and show him around. They don't say, no, block B is that side. Turn left, go straight. They escort him to the facility. So the issue of just being professional at the gate, at the accesses, is very important as we put this thing together. The security industry is one of those that are really not professionalized. And I think we need to, as we put this together as universities, we need to prioritize that. Integration, we spoke a lot about that yesterday. Yesterday, our discussion around integration was limited to technology, but integration can be integration of human resources, skills. Somebody asked the question, where does, I don't remember, where does which service fall? Is it security or HR? The presenter. Cyber security. Does it preside in in protection services, or does it preside in HR? I mean IT rather. So that integration of human resources and skills takes a major central role, because sometimes when we think integration and we're talking campus safety, we're thinking that we're talking about system integration. However, human resource as well, interfacing and integration is very crucial. I think we can move to the next slide. Okay, how do we ensure that we create a positive and safe environment, and I said in brackets, role of campus safety? Comprehensive training and in the transition phase. It's so crucial. And I can see colleagues here saying, we want to know, because this information, you were almost saying, the information coming from these training platforms do not escalate, is not transcended down to us, or we don't get such information. The biggest mistake that management do most of the time is that the strategy is developed. There's no buy-in from the people that are expected to implement the strategy. One colleague here was saying that every January there's a new security company coming through. You can imagine your stress. Your stress, I could pick up from the tone, is that now this person, I am used to the particular person that now knows the building. Then there's a new one, I must again show him, where him or her, where the buildings are, which frustrates at times when you are working for the university. But yesterday, colleagues, I was expecting a response from you when Dr. Ngobeni was saying 70% outsourced. It was going to be interesting to hear what are the views of the colleagues in terms of security. What is the ratio like at TUT? Or maybe are you 70% outsourced? Higher than 70%. How did you win that? Please, you must help us. Dr. Mtebejan, do you hear that? Yeah? Yes, but you'll need bodyguards, because you know what that means. Yes.
About insourcing. We're beginning to get vibes that there are some, stakeholders that want to push us towards insourcing. And we know the challenges. When insourcing or outsourcing was when that campaign was taking place, we conducted some exercises, including a cost-benefit exercise. And we realized that insourcing was going to bring in a lot of problems, including even the cost factor. But some of the problems are issues that were raised by my colleague Dr. Musoma yesterday, when he mentioned issues of what would happen on payday. What would happen in case there's a strike? Because once they're insourced, they're going to be part of organized labor. This will bring some, consequences that are really undesired.
Okay.
But we are beginning to discuss it again.
Yes. Yeah, it affected us a lot at UNISA. And what you are saying, I experienced it now during the strike. You are sitting in a meeting, both Dr. Mtebejane are there. You're supposed to be finding solutions on how to deal with the strike. Then you listen to this colleague speaking, and he sounds like a shop steward representing those strikers outside the meeting. So those things we are, I would say, we're almost 100% insourced. I can say that. Ad hocly, we outsource. Dr. Mtebejan, you'll correct me. Anything between 90 and 100%.
We are 91, 9%.
Yes.
So it's a very terrible situation.
It's a hectic situation where Dr. Mtebejan, I remember, I'll give an example again, my name. It was graduations, it was the 20th of April. Yeah? It was my first graduations at UNISA. I was presiding that day, and before you know it, half of the hall, all of them are coughing. You know, 600 people in the hall, half is coughing. What's the problem? Then now, I'm also coughing. Yeah? Pepper spray. That was not sprayed inside the venue, Dr. Mtevejan. So we learn. At the plant room, where we least expected. There were bouncers. Who spoke about bouncers? There were bouncers everywhere. The venue was secured. Graduations went very well until the last 5 minutes of that session of the 20th of April. They went to the plant room. They realized the university have reinforced security. They went to the plant room, and guess what? Everybody was coughing. Luckily, it was just the last graduate walking through the stage on the 20th. They managed to be conferred, and that's how we survived that day. But my point is that insourcing came with its own challenges. And for sure, as we put together a campus security framework, we have to look into that. Because I can assure you what might happen to you. You might be saying that you are off the hook right now, but it spreads like some serious wildfire. Insourcing. When insourcing started, I was working at UNISA. I worked at UNISA and I left and I'm back. I was working at UNISA when every sector, whether it was catering, bad decision.
But you know what I think about insourcing social security, because it's quite challenging. I think we have to split it to two. We take 60% for the insourcing and 40% the outsource. We were able to work and many of where was going on. We were able to convey in terms during the protest issues. We were able to use the 40% one, where the ad hoc that you really mentioned earlier on. But having the 100% or 90%, as Dr. Mtevejan is saying, is so challenging.
No, it's a challenge.
You can't work with the in-source employees. They are working with you with the labor movement on the other side.
Yes, so it's a challenge, and where we are, it's going to be very difficult to reverse. Yes, at the previous university, we had to reverse the decision of insourcing in the catering space. It's even more problematic because that university had experienced food poisoning, and we learned that it was lack of experience and so forth from the staff. So the university took a decision that we are going back, we are reverting back to outsourced model. Problems, reversing, it's very, it comes with its own challenges, yes. No, they challenged it vigorously. Of course, I think we can move to the next slide. I think we have dealt with most of the issues so that I do not waste more time. I just thought, what are the key benefits? I think research shows that when you have a safe campus program, one of the benefits is that you have improved throughput and student well-being on campus. Potential economic spin-offs, we spoke about that yesterday. Then you have a safer learning environment. You know, students want to be safe. They want to be free on campus. And when you have a safer learning environment, it means that probably your students will achieve more. They will pass much better than a student that is worried about whether somebody will knock at the door as I'm studying, you know, and so forth and so forth. Reduction of crime on campus, including GBV, professionalized security systems, I spoke about that. The risk of lawsuits decreasing significantly. You might take it light. I don't know, at TUT, we are being sued in one of the, we have been sued in one of the universities where, you'll just guess which one, but you did not hear it from me. But where the people that were supposed to graduate and graduations were disrupted are suing the university. They're saying that they want their money refunded because some traveled as far as some areas in Africa, some Cape Town, People planned, booked venues. Some booked for these graduations from the beginning of the year. So it's a big, big, big issue for a black child, for an African child, graduations. For any student for that matter, regardless of whether you are wherever you come from. So the issue of lawsuits is not child's play. We are experiencing it everywhere in the country. I just gave you one example. We can move to the next slide. So this was just me imagining that if we get the framework right, you see that these are just students studying everywhere. You think where you don't have where you have a unsafe campus, you will experience that. Have you seen this thing in Tshwane, in Sunnyside, at the park? Not that, but that where people are just connecting at the park because there's Wi-Fi. Yes. So we're just saying that on campus, ideally, that's what you want. Students spread all over, studying anywhere without any fear of crime. So that should be what we seek to achieve. Next one. The pathway to develop a smart and safe campus program in the Tshwane precinct, I think that's just high level. Articulate the vision statement. That's just the view. Imagine user scenarios. I spoke about different dynamics at different campuses. So as we map this thing out, I think that we need to clearly spell out, because it can be a showstopper if we just use one size fit all in our approach moving forward towards a safe campus. Conduct campus maturity assessment. You know it is basic. Create an action plan. Most of the strat plans lacks action plans. So you need to say, okay, fine, we sat here for 2 days, 3 days. How do we take this forward? The next date will be craft this. We must have an action plan with timelines, because otherwise next year we'll still be talking the same thing. Another speaker is going to say creating a safe campus in Tshwane precinct will come with a different presentation. Because remember, these things, they're very subjective. Somebody might have a different point of view on how to approach this, but it's about all the universities in Tshwane really getting together and say what will work for us. That's what you will see also with the smart campus, that the blueprint for smart campus here in Pretoria might not necessarily be the same somewhere in Botswana. So that's just my view. Build a long-term roadmap forecasting. I think I just touched on that now. But as we transition, I spoke about this on slide 2 or 3. Change management, something that we take very light in higher education. That change cannot happen overnight. Change management must ensure that the leadership of the institutions are aligned to the change, and they accept that change does not equal executive management. Change means everybody in the institution is involved, is participating, and is aligned. Stakeholder engagement, very crucial, very, very crucial. Stakeholder engagement. In Dr. Mtebizana, I'm trying to recall, in 2018, 2019, the university was about to open a joint library project in the Eastern Cape in East London. You know that project? Yeah. Where there are floors that are occupied by UNISA, floors that are occupied by WUSO, floors that are occupied by Forte University. So it was a joint collaboration project of the 3 universities. What happened, just to show you the importance of stakeholder engagement, the university was busy, the project is completed. The university was busy trying to arrange for the minister, because it was partially funded by the minister, and the university had to contribute to some extent. As the minister, I think it was 2 weeks before, it was Naledi Pando. As she was about to come, the SRC said, we're going to disrupt this gathering. because you have never consulted us. So you don't want the same with a smart campus. That management decides that this is the route that we are taking, but there's no buy-in, particularly from a crucial stakeholder like protection services. So stakeholder engagement is crucial. Their damage control had to be conducted. We had to rush to the Eastern Cape to say, apologies, you were really not consulted, but this is a functional building, let's occupy it. It took 2 days of negotiations. Communication is linked to stakeholder management. In fact, in project management, one of the knowledge areas of project management in the past was only communication management. 3 years ago, they introduced stakeholder management, so they split the two between communication management and stakeholder management. Change impact and readiness, all interlinked. Training, we spoke about that. All of this will lead to a proper and well-consulted organizational design that will ensure that we have a safe campus starting in the Tshwane precinct and being rolled across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to be brief. I did not prepare a presentation like my colleague has done. And the reason is, but I don't want to make use of that as an excuse. I had to come into someone else's shoes, and this I was informed only yesterday morning as I was driving into this place. And the reason is the person who was supposed to be here was called to an emergency elsewhere. However, like I indicated earlier on, I do have information on this matter as to what is it that we are doing from the TUT side. But I don't want to repeat a lot of things that my colleague has mentioned, because those also apply in our case. But the approach we have taken as TUT, as far as this matter is concerned, was that we realized that we need to create a culture of working together in order to make sure that we enhance and sustain safety in our campuses and our surroundings. And the starting point, we then realized that we are probably not doing very well as far as relationship building is concerned. Because we realize that through relationship building, we may be in a position to achieve safety by working together with other partners, stakeholders in and around our campuses. Now, I want to deviate a little bit by touching on one of the issues that Ngobeni dealt with earlier on, and is the issue of orientation of students. And then I'm touching on it because this can also be used as relationship building. And we know the challenge we have in our field, that our field was not regarded as a career in the past. And probably that is why a lot of people are still undermining people who are involved in this particular field. We all know what happened in the past. I'm not sure if some of you used to watch the sitcom Emzini Wesinzizwa on TV. And you know what happened to Ubaba Kabazela, who were security guards in that field. They were not really trained, extensively. And at times, they were not really sure of what they are doing when they were at the gates. But the advantage with them was that they took instructions. If you had instructed them that this machine or any machine does not leave the premises, they would make make that show. That's why a man with a Volkswagen Beetle could not leave because there was a machine in what was regarded as the boot at the back of the car. But then what we are doing as far as orientation sessions are concerned, and this is also because of what my colleague has just said, that he just saw a security guard as somebody when he was in university, somebody standing at the gate. I'm the one who's responsible for that program. And it is also coupled with crime prevention. But what we do, and some of my colleagues here also represent me when I'm not around to go and conduct presentations at the orientation sessions. And what we do there is we start by informing students as to what is our mandate and our role in the university. We help them under particular motor space shop. And I told him the reason I came to see him was that I wanted to invite him to a meeting on our arts campus where we are going to talk about issues of safety. And one of the concerns we had was the motor mechanics that were operating right next to our campuses and at times even obstructing traffic at the main entrance to our campus, our arts campus, which is situated next to the taxi rank. And he came to the meeting and he indicated that he also had the same concerns as us. And he indicated to us that these were not his people. They would be probably buying the motor spares from him. But he also encounters problems that at times people think that these people are working for him, because when they have problems, they come to him and still working to go and have it wait at a place that collects scrap material for recycling so that they can get some money. So all these issues were creating problems for us. Now we had to start building relationships with business, like I said, with the city of Tshwane, especially the Metro Police Department, but other departments also, because they have to assist us with the squatters. Then we also have SAPS there, because next to the taxi rank, which is not far from the campus, there are a lot of other illicit activities happening there. You know, there's gambling, and when students walk there, sometimes the gamblers are not going to mark them, but they get frightened. It's obvious. So with all these relevant role players, human settlement, social development, we started talking. And after we started talking, we then set up a forum as to what is it that we can do to make the space safe. And we are currently still going on with discussions. There are some mini projects that have been set up to make sure that they will be in a position to make the space safe. But the reason I'm mentioning this whole issue of relationship building and collaboration with these other role players is that you can easily get information. Remember that Ngobeni earlier on was saying he was friends with people in the area. Now, that helped him to get information that he could also use to the advantage of the campus. But it is not only to the advantage of the campus, but then it helps because it also benefits the surroundings. So what I'm reporting on and what I'm mentioning is work in progress, and we hope through that we are going to achieve a safety, better safety in our surroundings. We will then move with the project to other campuses, and I believe at some stage, because our partners like UNISA, I believe that is the University of Pretoria is also doing something about safety in the precinct, will also join in, and this will also help us to achieve broader safety in our city of Tshwane. Then we also have our township campuses with the unique programs. For instance, at our Soshanguve campus, we have a mall that was built nearby, which is a good thing. But that mall has also brought other problems, because students walk up and down in that streets. And the volume of human traffic has also increased in that street. And these are some of the challenges we are faced with. And in partnering with the community, the CPFs, identifying these stakeholders to ensure that there is better collaboration, there's better relationship, I believe we'll be able to achieve safety in our surroundings. I thank you. I think I would pause at that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bondate, for your presentation. Yesterday I mentioned that the campuses that we have, it's basically just microcosm of our society. And recently we had a trip to Atlanta, Georgia, and one of the things that we realized there was how much is academia part of society. And I do believe that Pretoria is basically an academic city. And then the security of the students is not necessarily only about when they are on campus. It's about also the weekend where they go. It's about with whom they socialize in the communities. And I do believe that for us to achieve the maximum benefit of security, it's an issue of how do we get our communities involved. You have mentioned city property. There's also loads of other initiatives of trying to make the city of Tshwane safe. And I do believe that there is there's yesterday Cecilia on behalf of GrowLab spoke a little bit about the security initiative. I would like her to probably, when she's here in the afternoon, to outline the plan they are having to put a security blanket over Tshwane, which is basically an initiative that is IoT, what do you call it? IoT enhanced. And it used multiple sensors, multiple security cameras that are working. I know that the city have put cameras that are not working, but this initiative would then be speaking to that. And then also while we come to speak, it will be about what kind of technologies that they have that enhances securities on campus. So thank you so much, and I think I like the discussion. We are right on track, and hence then it will be nice to go and drink coffee for 10 minutes. Let's have coffee and tea, and also catch the sunshine, and we are back in 10 minutes. That is sitting here, and also as the broader university community, we are responsible for the safety of the kids that are being entrusted on us. Now, we're going to have a panel discussion that's going to basically also then outline GBV within the context of the campus safety. Now, I'm going to request that let's engage so that the input that we get is not only from the panel, but it's also from yourself. So our engagement will be in the form of questions or the form of comment. And after that, I think after this panel discussion, we'll do Wawi, then we have lunch, then we'll continue. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks very much. And good morning to everyone.
I just want to confirm, are we live streaming or not? We are. Well then, welcome to everyone who's live streaming with us this morning here in South Africa. You know, GBV is very germane to our discussion if we look at the news, the current news. We don't even have to go back a week. We just have to go back a few days and look at the news. Look, we know we were shocked with Krugersdorp, but actually it's all around us all the time. It's not a subject that we can put to rest and then discuss later. For instance, a report I saw 2 days ago, there are 120 rapes per day in South Africa. Not all of them are reported. So the problem is massive. And then just last week, the health minister said that approximately 20 to 25% of new HIV infections in young women are a result of gender-based violence. So as I said, this topic is very germane to what we are talking about here this morning, and a very important topic. But before we get into the topic, let me introduce the panel. We have in the middle Professor Makondelele Makatu. Now, we're not going to read CVs, because if I had to read her CV, I'd be here for the next 10 minutes. So we're just going to read why they're joining us today. And of course, she has done produced a number of journals, a number of papers, and the particular one I want to mention is Gender-Based Violence Amongst University Students in Intimate Relationships. So she's going to be sharing from that wealth of knowledge that she has. And then Dr. Rosti Pashkevich. Did I get that right? Okay. Now, what I enjoyed about her CV was that she wrote a place called Madhouse. Now, I can just imagine what that was like. But she's not here because of that. She's here because she's involved in community projects, and she's engaged with the No to Violence pilot project. So thank you for joining us. And then I just want to give an apology for Dr. Teddy Sechedi. He was meant to be here, but he had a serious emergency that he had to attend to. He would have been part of our panel as well. And then, of course, not last but not least, is Mr. Stephen Ngubeni, the MD of Cassti. Now, Mr. Ngubeni, you all know, but he is a raconteur of note. Now, if you don't know what a raconteur is, and I'll read the dictionary definition of this, and you'll see it describes him perfectly. A person who tells anecdotes in a skillful and amusing way. So, welcome to the panel. What I'm going to do is I'm going to read. The first question is fairly long, but hopefully it's going to draw discussion from our panel members and give us a broad background. It has been stated that the roots of this form of violence, we're talking GBV, lie in historically unequal power relations between men and women, including discrimination against women. Worldwide, since the 1940s, women, at least in Western society, have seen a gradual and increasing level of equality. And since 1994 in South Africa, with the adoption of our constitution, the power relationships between men and women, both in law and in society, have become more and more balanced. However, in the last 10 years, we perceive a veritable explosion of reported GBV violence. So to the panel, to what does the panel ascribe that at least perception of increase in GBV violence, and what are the underlying societal and structural issues that are at play? Maybe we'll start in the middle, Professor.
Thank you so much.
Is it on?
Is it on? I think it is now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you so much, Chair, for this opportunity, and thank you so much to the audience. GBV is quite a challenge. It's quite a challenge today because initially, the years he just mentioned, it was not recorded as it is now. Media was not interested. Today, media is interested. And even the child who is in primary knows what GBV is. And as a result, we cannot look at it from the eye we used to 20, 40 years ago, We need to look at it from the eye of today, what is going on today, so that when we define what GBV is, we define it within the context of what is going on. And as a result, we cannot ignore the culture. We always say culture is not static, it changes. But our culture is still influencing our behavior today. So which brings one to a doubt whether our culture is stable or is static or is dynamic. So because gender-based violence is a problem to all of us, even those who are seated here, it's a problem to us researchers, it's a problem to our children, particularly the university students, for a reason that university students have 3 phases. They are from home, they come to the university, they are going to leave. What do we produce in relation to gender-based violence?
Dr. Paskovich, would you like to comment, add to that comment?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think it's already 12. Different comments, different understandings. I think when we accept the students, the first question that I have and they have is, what exactly is GBV? What can we say GBV is? The first word that always stands in is violence. And how do we deal with violence in general? And then how do we deal with gender-based violence and which genders? Because it cannot be only women. I personally have dealt in my capacity as a lecturer as well as head of department with a lot of young boys that have been raped. They are ashamed from what has happened to them. They don't go, they don't report. Unfortunately, some of them contracted HIV. Some of them died already. So it has been always a problem to see where do we stand in terms of understanding the term. And if we also focus on the question in hand, obviously finances has to do a lot with violence. If the students in particular are really challenged, there is accommodation challenge, they have to squat here and there, they already become victims. If they don't have an NSFAS or their financial problems coming from their families, and they have been exposed to parents who are violent towards them. The research always says that you have been a victim of violence, you will be, after that, the perpetrator yourself. So I think when we deal with students that come to university, we already dealt with a closed case. It's difficult to change their mind. So I always say, especially in the pilot project I'm busy working on in different programs, we need to start from a very young age. We need to start probably from pre-primary school to understand what is bullying, is that acceptable, how the bullying goes to violence, how violence goes to different forms, which can be verbal abuse, which can be sexual abuse, which nowadays I believe can be cyber abuse. And then after that, when they come to university, they're prepared to be the ambassadors themselves. Thank you.
Thanks. Stephen, Mr. Ngobeni, can you also add maybe a different view?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm going to come with a different perspective from this one. I think gender-based violence has been with us ever since the beginning of time. Maybe it was not as pronounced as perhaps is the case right now in modern times, and owing mainly to the advent of democracy in our country. Way back, I'm thinking of 8,000 years ago, there was a rape that caused a country outrage. There was a lady called Dina who was raped. And the first time in the history of human being, we saw a community standing against rape. The 12 sons of Jacob stood up. They went to kill the rapist of Dinah because of rape. It's in the Bible, it's in the book of Genesis. That's the first time we hear about rape. It created an emotional outrage, or what's the word I'm looking, emotional outburst from a small group of farmers who happen to be the sons of Jacob. You go again to the book of Deuteronomy. There was a lady called Esther. She benefited because another lady refused to be taken advantage of. She refused. When the king said, bow to me, she said, no. That was an abuse. She said, no. That's when gender-based violence started. It's way back. Now let me come back to us in the shores of South Africa, and maybe in Africa. There's been a series of responses that we have been doing as Africans. I'm not going to speak about other continents. Let me confine myself to Africans. Since 1994 in our country, we must admit, the reporting of gender-based violence has taken quite a turn for the good. There's more instances of people reporting gender-based violence at police stations and elsewhere, but simply because we are not ready, we are not prepared. Let's be honest, we are not ready to deal with this scourge. And there are two reasons why we're not scourge. Firstly, we're a patriarchal society where we know there's no value attached to a woman. When I get her, marry her, she must take my surname. Whatever thing she does, it must be subservient to me. Now, do we then question? You know, I was talking to Prof. Stein on Monday. He said to me, Stephen, maybe we must go back to the brain post and define life. What is life? Because we know, even the good book tells us that women must be subservient to us. We must be the heads. They must support us. They are there for us. They are our assistants. They are our friends. Now, this part, we haven't dealt with as a society. Say, what kind of relationship? You spoke about the power relations. What power relations must exist between a man and a woman? That we have not defined. We have defined it politically, I agree. But in terms of practical application of this definition, we haven't done that. We appoint women because it's convenient for us to appoint them. But do we believe in them? Do we entrust them to make decisions that they should make? Do we support them? Do we believe that they can take us into the new franchise of growth as a society? Do we believe in them? Can we tag and peg our life on a decision that they make? Very few of us can, because we're men. And therein starts the problem. We want equality, but at our convenience. So GBV, yes, profited me. It has taken a center stage in the last 10 years in our country. Because of media became alive 10 years ago. They were not alive to it. But it started way back, started with dinner.
Yeah.
Way back.
You know, you hold that one, otherwise we'll get feedback here. And I want to pick up on something the professor said, that they entrusted to us. They come into the universities. Now, I posed a question earlier when in discussion. It said, by the time students arrive on campus, behaviors and attitudes are essentially already established. And you touched on starting at junior school. Why? Now, this is the question to the panel. Why is it the university's responsibility to pay the price for or to correct what is essentially the upbringing of the student? In brief, if we had to take a strategic approach, and what are the one or two key interventions that this panel would propose to government, to educational institutions, and to faith-based organizations to be able to address the underlying issues of GBV? Because we can try and treat the symptoms, but if we don't take away those underlying issues, they'll just keep popping up. So the question to the panel is, what are these strategic interventions? What advice would you give to government, and it could be educational institutions right down to preschools, and to faith-based organizations? Because all of those three, in a sense, influence society. Professor, you have some ideas on that.
Yesterday, I approached the leadership students, and I said to them, I don't know these people, they don't know me, but I want to know who is the president of SRC. And they said the president is not here, but we have the deputy. Then my next question was, who is the deputy? And I indicate, after they showed me the deputy, I said, I wanted to know who is the leader. Is it a woman or a man? If we are to look into our 24, 25 universities, how many are there?
26.
And ask ourselves who are in the leadership of student representation, men or women. And then we look at the majority of students registered at those institutions. Are they girls or boys? And who votes? Because if we ask this question, we'll understand why we have the leadership we have. We'll also understand why a student, when she arrives, she doesn't stay in her own room, but she's harbored by a boy. Come and stay in my room until your registration is processed. And what is going on through the process or throughout that time? Is she a visitor? Is she a wife? Is she a victim? Because there is consent there. But where do we draw a line of that particular consent? Yeah. The student is 18 years old. Is she responsible enough to say yes to whatever the guy who entered the university 2 years ago will say? And if no, where is the leadership? And what do they say about it? Who is responsible or who takes the responsibility? So we have a lot of responsibilities as staff members. We have a lot of responsibilities as students. As she indicated, when they enter the university, we need to be there. We need to know what is going on. Because if we don't know, we will not know what takes place throughout the 4 years when this particular student is at the university. So I want to give you another example of my student. I see these students on Wednesdays only for 3 hours. She's always late. Then this other day I said, we must pause. Why are you always late? She said, ma'am, do you really want to know? Then I said, let me ask them. Do you want to know? They all said, yes, ma'am, and they laughed. Apparently some of the students knew. But the answer was, each time I want to go to class, my boyfriend wants sex. You get what I'm saying? How safe is this population that we are teaching? Because the student cannot stand and say, I'm going to class and I have the right. Because if she says so, she will be killed by this particular boyfriend, who is also a student. So gender-based violence is a challenge today in our institutions. And if we don't stand up for them to ensure they are safe, then we're going to lose these particular students.
Could you maybe take us back? Yeah, that's the symptom. But take us back. If you had to advise government educational institutions, what should they be doing 15, 20 years ago? And what they should be doing now? They say the best time to plant a tree is 25 years ago. The next best time is now. So how would you advise, and I'm going to ask each of the panel members, how would you advise government, educational institutions, and faith-based organizations what they should be doing to deal with the root causes?
It's always planning and implementation. Our government is good in policy development. In January, the president signed 3 around gender-based violence, sexual offense and related issues, and 1 related to domestic violence. If we stand and say we want to empower women, what are we saying about the perpetrators who are males? Are we empowering them? So I will say the government, maybe now is time to start empowering these boys before they even come to the university.
Yeah.
We have a curriculum that is relevant to these issues because they are prime now. And if government develops policies and they expect somebody else to implement and they are not ready themselves to implement those policies, we are not going to win.
Yeah.
And I think it's time now that we draw a line between planning and execution. Yeah. And we all take collaborative action around it.
Thanks. Dr. Paskovich.
Few things. We need to look at the poverty status of the country itself, because most of the violence comes out of poverty, out of lack of belief in tomorrow, out of lack of faith, out of depression, out of alcohol, out of abuse, out of everything that doesn't take you to a better state of mind. So in terms of advice, it's all good to give advices. Are they possible to be implemented? 1, is it possible to change the entire cultural understanding of the country itself? Because I mean, I'm sorry for saying that to the men. It's with all due respect to the culture. You cannot think how this can be changed when they are all thought the woman needs to be submissive. It's okay to have 5 to 7. More women you have, better it is. No one has asked, are those women okay with that? Do they cope with this? Of course they are told you need to do this. No one says, is it okay to hit a child and to molest a child? Is it okay not to accept the different sexual preference of the kids we are dealing with? So, you know, it's another bureaucracy that we'll probably have to deal with. I believe the change starts within all of us. So when we go back to our respected environments, to start the change with you, even to talk to someone. Because most of the time people do not share what they have gone through their early years. Like I said, everything becomes from a little child. If maybe there are programs, it doesn't matter, it's going to be the performing arts or engineering, whoever wants to go back to all the crash schools and through any type and any form of engagement, the kids can say a lot. And this is the place where the mothers and the aunties drop those kids and maybe create safe houses or safe rooms or safe conversational pits for them. Because remember, where are they going to go and feel safe to share what's happening?
Thank you.
Safety and addressing the fear. Because we all live in fear. There is no way we don't live in fear. Most of the time people say, no, but if I say so, what is going to happen? Will I lose my job? Will I lose the man who gives me the money? Will I lose the support of the community because I was this, you know, outsider? Thank you.
I think, Mr. Ngobeni, if you can talk about, if we are going to bring about change, who do we have to target to become those? And we've mentioned it, we've touched on it here, but let's try and pull that together. What is the target population of any message or any cultural change movement that we want to introduce?
Okay. You caught me off guard. Let me. Okay, you caught me off guard. Number one, let's bring back prayer sessions at schools from primary. Let's bring them back. At the prayer sessions from primary, let the issue of personal relationship be a matter that is preached about at the prayer sessions at schools, primary schools, because they were there, they've been removed. That's number one. Bring back assembly. Now it's called assembly. We used to call it assembly. Now I call it prayer sessions every morning. Bring them back. Number two, make a personal relationship a subject that's taught at primary school, right up to high school, to deal with the issue of relationship between a boy and a girl. Bring it back. Make that a compulsory course right across. Chinese have made Mandarin a compulsory course. Let's make gender, because it's an issue for us. Let's make personal relationship as a compulsory subject throughout your schooling career. Number three, incentivize or subsidize, more precisely, subsidize schools that have implemented a progressive gender-based violence program in terms of subsidies, so that they are incentivized to implement it. Incentivize them. Number five, let the church make it compulsory for the church once a month to preach about gender-based violence. Nothing else. Because we can preach about Solomon, and we can preach about Dinah, and we can preach about Matthew. But they are not our issues now. Our issue is gender-based violence now. So let the church, once a month, dedicate the service to gender-based violence as an issue. Number four. Number six. Okay. Number six. Let the initiations schools include as a curriculum gender-based violence, and let the government support that. Hear me out. Let the initiation schools countrywide include as a program gender-based violence at those sessions that they go to for 6 weeks. Number seven, let companies that are pushing the agenda of equity and gender-based violence receive tax subsidies of a particular percentage per annum, so that there is an incentive for the country to move towards gender-based violence as an issue. Now let me take it at universities. Let the council or let the university subsidy, you can even tag it and say let 5% of the university's subsidy be based on how they implementing and monitoring gender-based violence as a challenge for the society, like we did it with AIDS. We did it with AIDS. Remember, we did it with AIDS. We did it with COVID. Why can't we do it now with gender-based violence? Because it's an issue. It's a societal issue. We cannot let somebody deal. Let's deal with it. Someone know. Number 7. 8. Name and shame perpetrators. Name and shame them publicly. And don't leave that up to the courts, because the courts have their way of doing their own things. Make it a law that says if you are caught on this and you are found guilty, you're going to be named and you're going to be shamed publicly.
Create a register or something.
Create a register. We're having an indigent register for people who are poor. Let's have an indigent register for people who have committed gender-based violence. It's there. Put it at the provincial level, put it at the regional level, put it at the municipal level. Put those agendas, registers. Let people go and see who are these guys that are messing us up. Do you understand? At the municipal level, put it there. Number 9, am I right?
Last one.
Yeah, that's the last one. Hey guys, I can go on and go on. Last one. Create safety, create gender-based ambassadors at universities. And I'll tell you why at universities. Universities are people who are about to exit. They spend 3-4 years and they are about to exit. They become the most influential part of our society. They become decision makers. They become newspapers, editors. So they are able to influence the influence and drive the agenda using their own portfolios. And it's easy to start it on campus because you can spend time through research on this. I can go on.
Yeah, I keep that.
Okay.
Of course, there's the other thing. Yeah. You get influential people to stand up publicly, like the Springbok captain, like those heroes that men look up to. Yeah. If they start speaking the language, it does change people's attitudes. Slowly, but it does. Mm. I have one more question for the panel, and then we're going to open up to the floor. And this is the question to the panel. Does the panel have any examples of best practice or effective GBV prevention on any South African campuses? And if you do, why do you believe they're effective? So, do we actually have some successes? Because we feed on success. So I'm keen to hear from the panel if you're aware of any. Let's start in the middle.
I think this question was supposed to go to TUT. Because since I arrived here yesterday, I learned they have good practice. Most of the universities have counseling centers that do not necessarily focus on GBV. But one would think if there is a center in each university that focuses on GBV, because I don't want to say there are policies, I will say there are guidelines. And some universities have departments that offer gender-related courses. But those courses are only relevant to the few who registered for those. Those who are not registered, they don't even know there is gender center or gender department or youth and something like that. So if we have centers like TUT, I would say they have good practice and I think it's working for them. Something that one will say is good to adopt. And maybe we benchmark with TUT for other institutions. And yesterday I learned there's another university that is also intending to have a center because of the incidences that are taking place in their institutions. So one will say it will be good. I don't want to commit and say it is good because they know better. And those who do not have, during our orientations, we have this one woman from maybe Chettle or from counseling centers who comes and talk about rape in the institutions, how girls must protect themselves, how boys must respect girls. But for me, it's not enough. Yeah.
Let Stephen go, and then I'll cut him short, don't worry.
Yeah, let me, okay, quick. I'm going to be quick, guys, on this one. Number one, which is the main thing, create a program, and it must be a policy at universities, that you call a bystander intervention. A bystander, it means if you happen to witness an incident with a potential of a GBV, stand up and deal with it at the cost. Don't wait to report it. If you happen to go to a bar, you happen to go to a class, or you happen to go anywhere on campus, and you can see this young female or this young man, they are both drunk. The man is too much of a power over the woman. The woman is not, the female student is not in a position to give an informed consent to what will result out of this drunkenness of them. Rape will result. As an independent bystander, that's why I call it an independent bystander. Intervene, inform the police, inform somebody who can say, but hang on, you can't go to in the state you are in with this one. You are drunk. And you can't go, you can't take her wherever you want to take her because she's not in a state to consent on campus. It will be difficult elsewhere, but on campus, guys, you can do it. That's number one. You can get a bystander where an independent person can see this child is drunk. Whatever's going to happen here, she won't be able to practically and reasonably consent to what's going to happen. That's number one.
Yeah, but remember the question here is, do you know of any campuses that have an effective intervention?
Oh, hey, I went haywire now. No. Let me tell you, I've been instrumental, you all know, at TUT. I've been instrumental there, so the programs are good, but they still have to find practical implementation. They're good, make no mistake. They're good, and we have created a pledge, and there's been publicity. We've run an awareness campaign. The minister has supported us. The police are supporting us. It's nice. And I think it's going to send a trend continent-wide. I have no doubt that TUT is going to lead me. I have no doubt on that one. But it has to be tested over a period of a year or two first. So TUT is good. University of Makerere in Uganda is not bad either. They put a public statement and they're following up with action. This Ugutwala thing has been done away with in Uganda. You can't do that anymore. And if you are charged, if you are suspected of having committed any of the actions listed around GBV, you are suspended outrightly at the university. And the VC there is very strong on that. There's a university in Nairobi doing the same thing, but harshly. They don't charge you internally at campus, they charge you at the police station as well. You see, other countries, they charge you internally and then they fire you. This one, they charge you internally and they support the same follow-up action at the police. So they follow you up. That's a good practice. What we don't have a subsidy for universities that do this well, that does this well. That's where I think look, there's been papers that have been written, but most of the papers are gathering dust at universities. There are good papers, I must admit, they are there, but they're not being. So TUT has been off the block first. Let's watch them and see what comes out of the wash.
Yeah. Pass to Dr.
As proudly TUT employee, as well as the lecturer of the year 2021, I can tell one thing. We started the first GBV desk, which is in Faculty of Arts and Design. We have a specific psychologist who is specialist in GBV, and she will handle and build data for all the GBV. So I think, if I may request a round of applause for TUT. Yes, we sometimes need to also acknowledge all the good things that are done at the university and all the effort that the lecturers have been doing to assist the students. What I can say that most of the GBV cases are not done on campus. Some of them are in res, and most of them, when you check the dates, are around when an ESFA payment starts. And I think if we can monitor those particular days, usually parties are the place where this starts. Like Mr. Ngubeni is saying, unfortunately, under any kind of influence, a lot of bad things can happen. So if we know when it happens, maybe the protection service, which are amazing at the university and are looking after us and our students, and we feel very safe. Of course, in times of strike, it's unpredictable, and we understand that all day long and all night long, those amazing CPS employees are risking their life to make sure that we are fine. I can only talk about the Faculty of Arts and Design. I leave usually at 8, 9, 10 with the students. We are safe on campus. Nothing bad has happened on campus. The problem is when we leave campus, especially making sure we are in the CBD. It's a problem for the students, but for now I believe that we all can make sure that they will be safe. So if we can monitor those days, maybe successfully, I think it's too early to say if we have succeeded or if we have failed, because you need to have a 5 years plan and data collection. We started with a data collection and then see if we can succeed. Because it's not one thing that we are battling with. We are battling with a whole mindset. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just a thought. We're going to open for questions now. Just a thought. When America had those terrorist alerts after 9/11, they trained all the public operatives to identify characteristics and mannerisms that a person with intention would show. Why don't we train all our lecturers to identify those characteristics and mannerisms that identify someone who's been subject to GBV, so that you can direct responses for people who don't necessarily want to say something but are dying for someone to ask them. So, you know, it's part of a bigger issue. It's just a thought that came to mind as I was hearing these discussions. Oh.
Something that I just forgot, when I think he was presenting when someone said academics don't respect the securities. I thought I'll comment, but now is the opportunity, because for me, we don't know. We don't know what is their responsibility. There's a bridge between us and them, and we see them as these people, the D people. And because we are not trained, you know, if we are involved in all activities that are taking place in our campuses, some of the challenges will be kept. But we cannot when we do not know what a security wants on my door when I'm in the office. They come and knock, they knock and open. And now that I know, I'm better than my colleagues. Because when they come and knock and open, it's for my own safety. But if we are not trained and we are not part of what we are doing, it's going to be difficult. And same applies to GBV. Because we are not together, there are those who are with students and those who are only supporting those that are with students. Just one thing, because I don't go with securities to my class, one colleague came back to the office and said, you know what happened to my class today? A student stood up from there and walked down the aisle to where the lecturer was and pat the backs of the lecturer. And I said, what was your reaction? She said, I just packed my things and left. But you see how disturbed the lecturer was. But if securities are there, she wouldn't disappear. She would just go to the security and come and help. You see? But we are not together, unfortunately.
Dr. Paskovich, and then we'll open for the questions. First question.
I think on your question about being able to identify, I'm sorry for what I'm going to say, and please forgive me. It is impossible to identify, because in the current situation we are in, most of the time, the person that looks the sweetest, the person that you trust the most, turns out to be the most horrible person. So we need to look at the characteristics. I always teach my students about body language. I don't know if I can recommend that. There is a brilliant series called The Mentalist. I watch it very often. There you can see that it takes a very, very deep look at the person in front of you and identifying. Usually eye contact is one thing. If the person misses your eye contact, there is something wrong. And how they start to defend something that shouldn't be defended. But I think this is a good point to identify the new characteristics. They cannot be like the old characteristics. Usually people with money are much more violent than people without. I mean, we all know about the sugar daddies and the sugar mamas. We cannot now only blame men. Women are the same to blame, and they use the mere fact that the kids do not have money.
All right.
So thank you.
Okay, now I meant the victims, not the perpetrators. Identify the victims so we can reach out to them. And there are definitely signs. Withdrawal, you know, there's quite a few signs. Anyway, first question. We need to get now. Hang on, let's get a mic, because they're online and they won't hear you if you don't have the mic. And I'll pass this around when we need to.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wish my boss was here, the Director of Campus Protection Services. You know, as you mentioned, security, and we play a major role in this. My boss, CPS has a victim empowerment and awareness program, and we have submitted that to EMC, but still we didn't have feedback regarding that. And again, we have, we submit statistics for all the GBV reports, cases that we had. And again, we have my boss, he's part of the SAPS task team in Pretoria and Mbombela as well. And they are working on the, they have formulated a policy framework on safety at learning institutions since 2018. And they are still waiting for finalization. And again, they have a victim support program and has been drafted and waiting for finalization. And the program is launched with SAPS, TMPD, and crime prevention, visible policing, and other stakeholders at all campuses. So we do have a running program, but we need support, and we do submit. So how do we get going? We lack resources, we lack qualified staff members that can deal with gender-based violence, especially now we have one investigator in Pretoria. And when women come and report such issues, it's difficult for them to be open, especially to men. Then we have to make use of other resources that we have and then get a woman like myself or Nicole to speak to the students regarding this. And that's not in our job profile, but we try. So maybe if we can go far, and we can also work with other universities, because I think in 2021 in August, UNISA hosted the GBV Imbizo, and there was Minister Buti Manamela as well. So if we work together like now, we are joint universities, and speak about these programs and help each other to implement whatever we have. And he also has a presentation on gender-based violence. It's just that he's not here. And I don't think Mr. Lahasa will be able to present that on his behalf.
Okay.
So,
I think, do you want to, was that a statement or was there a question?
It's a statement to say we do have everything in order, but we are security. And we know what we have to do when such things happen, but we're not given the chance and the resources.
Okay. Now, with the next participants, try not to repeat what each person has said.
Okay.
Try and add something. I'm talking about the next one behind you.
Okay.
Try and add more value. Add something unique. And then it'll be to my left and then to my right. And then the program director, you, my conscience, I haven't kept track of time, so you need to Tap me on the shoulder. Sometime, someday. I like his style.
Thank you. I hope I add value to this. I just want to say, currently, as Joanne was saying, we are functioning from a CPS on a situational appropriateness manner. We do what we can do with what we have. She said we lack in resources. When you look at gender-based violence, identifying the victims and even the perpetrators is not always easy because they don't just show it, you know. And for a person to commit that type of offense, he has to have the opportunity, the ability, and the intention to do it. So from what we are doing here at CPS currently, with the minimum that we have already had cases reported. There's our 2 investigating officers. They have successfully completed investigations whereby staff members were found guilty and they've been dismissed and all those things have been done. So yes, we do have the ability, however we need just to be more empowered to do this. So it's also like the doctor in the middle said, there's a lot of things that academics do not know that security is doing. We are going beyond what we are supposed to do. I can just add on to say, like on Fridays, over weekends, the neighboring area around the main campus, Philip Nel Park, there's a lot of taverns. And at night, during Friday nights, 12 o'clock, I come in with the security. We go beyond to all the taverns and we pick up our female students that are lying there, passed out drunk, with their student cards around. And lecturers and people in high-level management do not know about it. Those are the unseen things that security takes the extra step for.
Yeah, thank you. Good input. There's someone on the left here, and then we were going to the right.
I'll drop the mic.
I didn't quite see who had their hand up there. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Siamo Msiani, and I'm from the Central University of Technology. I have a question, and I also want to submit something. There was a program of GBV early July. It was a SAWUS program that we were invited to. And okay, we had a discussion regarding this thing of GBV. And one thing that I've noticed is that the topic of GBV is a very sensitive one to an extent that some people cannot define what GBV is. That is why, in most cases in our institution, we find that most students don't know what GBV is. They don't know that GBV also includes men. It also includes the LGBTQIA plus community. So after the summit that I went to, I went back to my supervisor. I used to work in the wellness too. And I said, sir, because in the student governance, we work with different organizations. Why don't we collaborate with the wellness center? At least so that we can have lots of organizations that has men only. We have Brothers for Life already. But at least if we could add extra 2 to them. And then we can also have women organizations, so that such things, when you're sitting with people your age, that's where you can be free, you can talk whatever that you want, unlike going to somebody that you don't know if I can trust you or not. And then this issue of protection service. Myself as a female student, now I'm taking the whole stuff aside. I'm speaking as a student now. How am I going to feel safe around a man if there are people that are abusing us?
You're talking about within protection services?
Yes.
Okay.
How? Remember that when we strike as females, they usually invite extra securities, and there are incidents that happens whereby this outside securities, when they come, they would harass a woman. So now, how are we going to feel safe if whenever we have strikes and what, they invite outside securities instead of training our very own securities to stop whatever that's happening in the campus? Thank you.
That's a question, so would anybody on the panel like to answer?
I'll answer that one. Okay. Look, I like your stance on there is a confusion between the understanding of what GBV is, what rape is, what sexual harassment is, what personal discrimination is, and people speak interchangeably, and they are not the same. Gender-based violence is taking advantage of one person in a relationship against the other based on power relations. That's gender-based violence. And a lot of people don't know that. It's not rape. It's not rape. It's one party taking advantage of the other in a personal relationship. It's violence. It's violence. And there are a lot of factors. There might be money. There might be power. There might be dependence. That's gender-based violence. Rape, it's the carnal knowledge of a person without their consent. That's rape. Discrimination, no, abuse, is when you take advantage or when you inflict pain to another without their consent. Now, among the academics, I can tell you there's no even agreements on this one. There's interchangeable. That's why people are confused. There's no agreement on what is GBV, what is abuse, what is rape. Now, let's take it to the campus. 90% of the universities in this country don't have a policy on GBV. Are you guys aware? They don't have a policy on GBV. They have a policy on rape. And 9% think GBV can only be done by a man against a woman. Ma'am, within that context of LGBTQ, a man can have a relationship with a man. Are you guys aware? A woman can have a relationship with a woman. Once a woman beats another woman in a relationship, is it GBV or is it just a fight? That's it. Now, if a man is beaten within a relationship by a woman, is it the GBV or is it what? Let's speak about that. There can be a relationship between a man and a woman, and a woman donors the man. Is that GBV? Okay, I'm happy. You see now, we need to define those things first and say what constitutes GBV, what constitutes rape, what constitutes abuse. Once we define them, we then draft policies around definitions and how each will be responded to in terms of rights, duties, and responsibilities. Now, we don't have that yet as a country. At the country level, we don't have that. Number two, ma'am, the reason why in many instances, and I'm not saying I support this, but it happens. Why, when universities goes on strike, they prefer an external supplier? There's a reason. I was a director of security 25 years ago, 30 years ago. I was there. So I've done it myself. One, every strike is accompanied by violence and destruction of property. Every strike, guys, you know that. Am I right? After a strike, there's a personal fight between management. There's strained relationship between management and the SRC after every strike. You don't talk to each other. There's a problem. You prefer for that to happen with an external party, where you come back and work with your internal guys. It's easy to instruct a private security command from outside. That's not part of you. To arrest and take this person to a police station and follow up with a court case. It's difficult, guys, with our own guys. Let's be honest. It's difficult. Our own guys are under unions. Students are in charge. They're afraid. So it would be dangerous during a strike. By the way, security companies are not empowered to handle a strike. Let's even start there. They're not empowered. They are only empowered to help the police in terms of Section 42 of the Criminal Procedure Act 77 of 1951. They're not allowed to handle a strike. So the strike should be handled by the police, and they should be accompanied by negotiations between management and the students, or management and labor.
Right.
Have I answered you, ma'am?
Maybe before another question, just before another question, I think I hope she wanted to follow up on how do I trust them?
Yeah.
How do you trust the neighbor there next to you? And how do you trust the other guy who is in the SRC? I want to say your trust must have a limit. You cannot trust them 100%. They are not your brothers. You don't trust another student to an extent that you sit on his laps. You cannot trust another student to an extent that you hug and kiss, even if you are not in a relationship. So the moment you trust to an extent that you do not care, that's when we are going to have a problem, because he will as well take advantage of you. But if you trust to a certain level and let the other just go, the better. You can trust them, but not 100%.
Thank you. Last question. Unfortunately, sorry guys, we've run out of time. Last question.
I think I want to speak about the processes that are followed when a student comes forward to report that a case of GBV against another student, because most times we would then start the investigation process. They'll probably go through the disciplinary processes as well. But I want to speak to, while we are investigating, what happens to the victim? How do we protect the victim? Because they are still expected to go back to the same residence as their perpetrator. What are we then doing to ensure that while that whatever processes are happening, they are protected? Because most of the times you find that they come back and then all of a sudden they want to drop a case because we do not know what happened during that process. How do we protect the victim while we then go on with our own investigation process?
Thank you.
Yeah. Ma'am, unfortunately, we don't have a policy in South Africa on that one. But let me tell you what is world practice. World practice is this. Once a GBV case is reported, 6 rights kick in favor of the complainant. I call it the complainant. Number 1 right, they have a right to restructuring of their academic program because they are going through a process. Remember, their life has been disturbed. That's number 1. They have a right to restructuring of the academic program, be it classes or exams. They've got that right. It's not in South Africa yet, but it's overseas. Number 2, they have a right to a legal representative at the expense of the university. Number 3, they have a right to a counseling for free until they are out of the campus for free. They have that right. Plus those that are affected, they've got a right to counseling. Number 4, if in the course of this process of investing, they insure any out-of-pocket expenses, the investor is supposed to pay them back if they can prove that they incurred some out-of-pocket expenses. Number 5, they have a right to privacy. Nobody must know their name. Nobody must know that they've reported the matter. The investigator has got to keep quiet in terms of who the complainant is. Number 6, they must not be in any contact with the person against whom they've made the case. Number 7, if they go to a disciplinary hearing, they must be accompanied by a legally trained person or a lawyer or a counselor. Number 8, they've got to be told upfront how the disciplinary process will unfold. There's going to be a presiding officer. You might be asked questions about yourselves, about your sexual history in relation to this guy. Not in relation to other relationships. No. They must only question about you and this guy, not you and your past boyfriend. They've got that right. Number 9, and this one is fundamental. It cuts across all of them that I've just made reference to. They've got the right to sue the university. They've got the right to sue the university. Under Occupational Health and Safety Act 85 of 1993, the university is supposed to provide a safe working studying relationship. They've got the right to sue for breach of that obligation. I've given expert opinion on this one, that they've got the right to sue the university. I close.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. Just to say no, we're not going any further. Just to say thank you to our panel. We appreciate your lots of discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't take prisoners when it comes to time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, man.
This sexual harassment, this gender-based violence topic is difficult. You know, it's not for the faint-hearted.
Thank you so much.
It's okay.
I think we need to get the clarity in this matter. Remember, we are working there.
Correct.
We need to understand more and have the knowledge. That's the reason we came over here.
Yes.
You're not supposed to say that you ask this question, let's stop this time. We're going to request the time from you. But let you guys give us a chance to say whatever we want to say. So that when you came out here, you have the knowledge.
Yeah, no.
But what they're saying, it makes sense. We still have this gender-based violence thing in the mind, and I present it and answered. It would be like I'm talking to myself. As much as we spend time.
10 minutes.
Again?
10 minutes, I think we will be done or answered our question.
I'm timing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
I
can.
don't know, but then it's.
You can sit on the side
I
and
don't
then
want to
yeah.
talk to myself.
Okay. Then guys, I'm the one.
Yeah.
Let me not say anything.
No, let me hear your question.
No, myself, I was talking to Mr. Gowen about the GPV issue. It's brought. No, he mentioned some of the things like the sexual offenses, rape, and everything. To mention sexual assault, to mention quite a few. We need to understand the GPV is an umbrella. But now, what is under the umbrella for GPV? That's the thing that I need to get. Then this lady over there is asking about if somebody reported a case of rape, what's going to happen about the protection? Remember, we don't have resources. I was about to respond to that one. But now, that particular individual who's an accused or the suspect is given suspension with immediate effect, not supposed to be on campus, so that the person can be free, so that she can be freely. And after the completion of the investigation, then we're going to call back the accused, then it's set up for hearing. That's the response that I want to give it to the lady over there.
Thank you.
I would like to add on what Mr. Musoma said, because in addition to that, they also arrange counseling with the SDS practitioners for the victim. And then the question that the student had here is, it's another thing that, because it also comes through I may not say it right, LGQ. Yes, that thing. Why is that structure not recognized like the others? We have men marching against women abuse and big bangers hanging all over but they are not recognized as a structure. They are not registered with Student Life and Governance. And then their events are also crucial because it also is informative. We have students that are affiliated with them, but they are not given that platform the same as when it's men against, but not in my name. What is this thing? Not in my name. That is the thing, and then that is also limiting them to express themselves and to come forward about what happened to them or to report any kind of matter. And then certain things can only be done by CPS up until a certain level. We are not SDS practitioners. We do not work for student judiciary. We can compile that investigation and hand it over. What happens from there cannot be expected from CPS.
Okay, thank you so much. I think before I give to Ngobeni to give a comment, I try to look at the building blocks, especially within the discussion that we have on campus safety. And one of the things that I deduce from the discussion is that there are too many moving parts within the university ecosystem which are supposed to work together, but they are not working together. So one of the questions that we need to be asking ourselves is that how do we create synergy within the different structures in the university for the sake of ensuring safety on campus? It's a question that I'm throwing it out there. I'm not looking for an answer at the moment.
Now, before you give him a platform.
Yeah, thank you. Before you give Mr. Ngobeni a platform, I just need clarity. Maybe I'm lost or maybe I was sleeping on duty, I don't know. Can you please unpack for 2 minutes GBV? Again, there's rape, there's assault. How do they fit in there? Thank you.
Guys, I normally try to understand how academics think, because when we write, they critique us. Now let me share with you what I've written. Rape is the application of force by one person against the other, resulting into carnal knowledge. That's rape. It's a forceful penetration of one party against the other. Normally without the relationship or within a relationship, without their consent. That's rape. That's one. It's out of the way. 2, assault, on the other hand, is the infliction of pain or body injury for no reason. That's assault. It can be grievance, it can be normal, it can be whatever. That's assault. Now let me speak about GBV. GBV is not domestic violence. Let's clear these things. There is domestic violence. There is GBV. And they are not interlinked at all. You can commit a GBV without necessarily committing a domestic violence. You can. Domestic violence happens within the ambit of a family. GBV, it can be done anywhere. And let me give you 9 examples of GBV. Simple. When a man whispers to a man and say, "I like your bums," that's GBV. Can you hear me? That's GBV. Like that, the professor used a nice example. When a man beats the bum of a woman, that's GBV. Number 3, when I take advantage of my partner in terms of money, look, I'll pay for your registration fee, provided you sleep with that GBV. That's GBV. Number 5, you were nothing on this campus without me. I bought you underpants. Now you are something, you are in the SRC, that's GBV.
Sorry, Mr. Ngo,
Yeah.
sorry, I need clarity.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can you go back?
Yeah.
You used an example of a man eating a woman's
Yeah.
sperm. You're saying, is it GBV?
Yeah.
Not sexual harassment. Or sexual harassment, does it, actually not sexual harassment, or harassment.
Harassment.
Does it fall under gender-based violence?
Okay, hold on. Gender-based violence, guys, is the umbrella body that's used within the campus environment. It's umbrella body, gender-based violence. Beneath it, there are subsets, one of which is, unfortunately, rape, sexual assault. And sexual assault, I don't have to do anything. Molestation. There are categories, but each has got its own solid definition without the other. When you domestically abuse me, I must be in a permanent relationship with you. But I cannot go and claim a case of domestic abuse if I don't have a personal relationship with you. That's violence of another sort. That's abuse of another sort. Now the problem is we have not been able to, as a country, to define what is what. And remember, gender-based violence, guys, in this country is relatively new. Let's be honest. Started 10 years ago. It's new. It was never there. I mean, if I was to use the structural definition of GBV assistance, I would have been in court today many times. I've done it. Do you understand? I went to leave and say, "Hey, when umunat, I've said it, guys. Now when I go back, I say, if it was now, my name would have been on the register because I've done it. You guys have done it too. Yeah. So it's only now that we are highlighting these things that they become issues. We have done them. I've seen a lady passing and said, I've done that. Now, these are instances that now I can say, "Hey, Ngoben, you can't be doing that again because you are an advocate of this thing." But I did it. So they are coming to the fore only now. Yeah, guys, I hope I've answered. I'm told not to go any further.
Yeah. Thank you so much. I think the debate the debate is huge. I remember an analogy or a metaphor growing up. Said there was a group of guys from the blind school, and they were taken to the zoo to experience an elephant. And so when they came back, they were asked, "What is an elephant?" And one of them said, "An elephant is a huge tree trunk." Then another one said, "An elephant is a table." And now, the metaphor basically says that issues like GBV, if we want to define them, we can come up with many definitions, but it's an experience. And so what you have done is basically the general definition. And but how the victim defines how they feel, it's something else. Now, one of the things that I would have wanted to see in the discussion was the issue of prevention. What mechanisms are there from the security and safety perspective to prevent GBV on campus? Then the second one, it's on the issue of the management of a horse that has already bolted. There is already gender-based violence happening on our campus. How do we manage the situation? This would then deal with the processes that are supposed to be followed. And then it also speaks to the mechanisms that are developed. Then the other aspect that I would have wanted to see was how do we eliminate it, totally eliminate it? To then be saying like in 2025, we would have rid our university of any form of GBV. What are the things that from the security perspective we would have wanted to employ? Then the other aspect is the issue of community involvement. The student community and the community around the university. And this would then have dealt with the issues of morality. So, but you know what, we'll still have another session. At the moment, we're going to move to the side on, once again, technology for safety on campus. And Mrs. Treni V is here, and she will take us through, especially with from Huawei perspective.
Okay, tell me, where do you want me to stop? I really respect time. It's
I'll
12:53.
When I come and sit here, you know that me as your conscience, I'm awake.
I'll be done before you get here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. My name is Chweni Visikalupadam Ankajan. I am the Business Development Manager from Huawei. Yeah, it was really nice being here. I had other engagements, but then I said, you know what, let me just go start with them in the morning so that it can build up to my presentation, just, you know, but I've learned a lot when it comes to GBV. It's quite broad, and for those who are not clear, do some research and read so that we are treating each other fairly. And it's not about us as females being treated unfairly. It's even for our guys as well. We're treating them unfairly, not knowing that it's a GVB, and even for them not thinking that it might be abused because it's a woman doing it to a man. But we're all going to be good to each other, being a big, happy family. And again, thank you very much for giving me, Huawei, this opportunity. Because I remember when I got it this morning, I was like, okay, Tidi, so what am I doing here? The topics are good. I'm learning a lot from this, but coming from the enterprise business from Huawei as a business development manager, here we are talking about the physical security aspects of things. And as Huawei, we are a technology company. Am I with the right audience or not? And he said, he assured me that these are my colleagues. You are at the right place. Just before I go, okay. Before I talk, I said I'm from Huawei, and then I said, who are we? Because most of the people know us as the consumer, so I just wanted to get that out of the way. Huawei, South Africa, have been here since 1998 and until now. So these are the milestones that we were able to achieve in South Africa, and when it comes to the digital transformation in our country. These are the things that we played on in 2014. I will highlight that the LTE, if you can check, some of you now, we moved from all those 2Gs and we went to LTE. So those are the things that I will explain on the next slides on who is Huawei and where we are playing, so that when we leave here, you don't call me and asking about the physical security aspect of things. I won't be able to help, but then I think then I will call Stephen that they asked you about that thing that I don't play. I don't play at. But yeah, the flagship now, the latest thing is the Huawei Cloud that we have in South Africa. Some of you might be aware and some not. We do have 3 companies that are having their clouds, services in South Africa. That will be Microsoft Azure. We are all familiar with that, and we have Amazon, which is AWS, and now we have Huawei. They're having the cloud in South Africa. That's the differentiator when it comes to. And I will touch base on what am I talking about cloud and where you fit in. And these are some of the clients that we've been serving since we got into the country. Here, I know we're good with phones, with Google issues, we get in there, and then the home routers for internet connectivity. So this is where Huawei, other things that we play. If you check in the carrier business, we're doing the transmission. I'm sure one of you, when you make a call either through Vodacom or MTN, if Celsius is still there, you are going through one of our POPs into the carrier business. And this is where I am, enterprise business. So here we're talking about connectivity. You're talking about your physical security thing in technology. How can Sidiso and his team, the ICT team, help you? Because from what we've realized, not only in departments, even in like big companies, we're still having siloed systems. The CCTV is being run by different team and running different network, and the networking team are running the same different things, and the cloud and the learning management systems are running by different teams. When there are issues, the security will blame the network. The ICT TV will blame, it's not us, it's a network issue. The network issue will be the CCTV. So this is where we play, and the cloud business, like I said, we play in the cloud some of the services that the universities want to run, and I will give an example of the model. And in the cloud, there are so many things that you can run. It's the compute and the storage. And when you're talking about storage, your CCTV, we are saying, okay, we're storing the whatever the videos for 3 days or a year or 2 years. When we're done with the storage that's inside, where can we do the backup? It's either we buy more storage or we save this information into the cloud. And the security aspects of things for South Africa, the data sovereignty we're talking about now, the Huawei cloud being in South Africa, which that the data sovereignty not being an issue anymore. Because that's when we had issues when we're talking about the cloud, and they're saying, the data, where is it sitting? So one of our cloud is a data center, just switches where we store stuff. One of our cloud is in Vodacom, in VodaWorld. Okay, this is what happened. 3 years of working from home, and I'm still going strong. So we're talking about the digital transformation in our organizations. What accelerated that in your organizations? And for universities, we saw universities that were ready, or the strategy when it comes to digital transformation were up to scratch, and those who were not. In my organization, to be honest, it was either the CTO or the CIO, because we've been working from home for some time, and we had tools to actually enable us to do that job. But then now you look at the universities. We were found wanting, because as the stats by Infotech, this is what happened from 2019 to 2020. Just look at the digital transformation, the products and services that were consumed, and the digital interactions with customers. I'll give you an example. The students had to go home and they had to dial in. The issues that we found here was our lecturers were not ready, or they didn't have tools. Physical teaching and online teaching were two different things. And now we're going to connectivity, rural areas. Some of the kids, they only have internet connections or devices access when they're in the university. And when they go home, rurals, there's no connectivity, 2G. Max on 2G, you can't even download a video or content or wherever the university store it. So some universities were found wanting, and there were some, I think there were some stats or research that was released on who was ready when the coronavirus hit. They had strategies, but coronavirus accelerated that which was on someone's table. And there was no budget to cover all students, even for companies. You had to send people home. And we're talking about people not allowing like, you know what, bring your own device. Bring your own device. You're not allowing people to use their own devices to access your network. So now they're forced to go home, connect through their own internet coming into your data center. If your security is not good enough, and here we'll be talking about the network security, because from our side, when we're talking about security, we're talking about two aspects. It's the physical one, which is not going away anytime soon. And there is the network security. Once people passed through your people, when they get into the network, is there security, to prevent them from accessing information that they're not supposed to. And like I said, the physical security is not going anyway, and technology is here. We're not saying to take their jobs, but to enable them. We put it like that, to enable them. Because when the 4IR started, I'm sure people who were there in the 80s, when they were using water and steam power, when someone came and introduced electricity, it sounded like a threat to them. Here we are with electricity, with steam power. It makes things easier for us. And it was either you remain with this water and steam power, or you go along with the time. There are countries that are doing better than us, and I can tell you that there are some. South Africa is doing better than most of the countries when it comes to adoption and digital transformation. So this is where we are. And the third industrial revolution, that's when we talked about the electronics and IT. Simple things that you and I now look at, but then if it wasn't for all this, where would we be? But I am sure that there was a generation at some point that was threatened by the evolution as we go along. So now we're talking about the 4IR industrial revolution. So we are automating things. We're having robotics. And the example that I give when it comes to fourth industrial revolution, I'm saying we're talking about the speeds of 5 gig. We're talking about the Internet of Things. So now the generation that's coming, they just want everything to be connected to the internet. I can tell you now, Apple now they're selling text so that you can put it on your keys. So that if you misplace your keys and you can go on your phone, find my tag. So once you see that tag, then it will tell you where your keys are. The Internet of Things, we just wanted my keys to connect to the internet somehow so that I can find it when I need them. And we're talking about these speeds, the mobile 5G. I think we might be familiar with all this 2G. You know, when you go to the rural areas, like even a WhatsApp call, a video call, even a normal call, it fails. So now we're talking about a 5G, where you can have a full team meetings or Zoom meetings without problems. So this is where we're going. And you know what, it was either you fight the change and we leave you behind, there are those who are still behind, or you just Let's move along and go on with the changes. And I'll give you an example for that 5G. It was on the news, and I was like, South Africa will be able to do it. I'm believing in South Africa and doing good things because we're working with departments and healthcare and universities. A doctor in China performed a surgery remotely because of the connectivity that they had. He was able to look into and the tools, the telemetrics and the screens that they had. You look at the patient and you operate what you're looking at. Those are the things that are possible. We're talking about smart city, we're talking about smart campus. In South Africa, we will be able to do that. If other countries can do that, it's only a dream if we don't believe in ourselves. So it's either we hold on to what we know or we move along with the times. It's upon us. And it's not only universities, it's go to the public hospital, you want a file, for 5 years back or something, it's somewhere in there. Our docket, the police are stored like that. Simple thing to retrieve like this. I will say technology, what if this bends, what if it bends? We will never know until we do it. Because there's some, if you look, I know some of you guys are traveling, you go to Europe, you go to US, you see them doing these things. Why should we be afraid that in South Africa it will ban, but it's not banning in Europe? And I'm saying you guys now, what they do. We no longer, you see when I get to a gate and someone wants me to sign a paper, I'm like, dude, I really don't have time. Because it has so many things to fill up, and I'm like, I'm so late. You see, when you get to a campus where they say, okay, man, how are you? I'm fine. Where are you going? I'm going to see this person. Okay, fine. Your license? Don't have a problem here. Scan. Go to my number plate. Scan. Okay, fine. You can go. Simple things that we appreciate. I appreciate that. Now it's standing now. What time is it? Okay, you have this. No, it's simple things like that. And the generation that's coming, what's them? So now we're talking about tools where you're saying, register me before I come. Put my number plate. Because now we're doing the number plate recognitions with the cameras that we're putting in campuses. So we're saying, register me on time so that when I get to the office, I mean, that portal will be, yeah, I had, you are you who manages what. But if we do have a dwell, and it's something that is happening. And I would love you guys to come and see this IOC that we have, the Intelligent Operation Center that we have. When I get to the office, I have a card, my card linked to my number plate. When I get to the office, there's a camera that will scan me and scan my number plate when I come, and the boom will open, then I'll go. Just greet the guys because you know what, it's a good thing to do, just in case it doesn't open. But I just open it. Hi, then it opens, then you go. And then with that tool, what it does is, if someone want to know what time I got into the office, they can go to IOC. This is business registration number. Click what time did she come into the office and which route did she take and where did she park her car. So we have cameras around the campus, and which something that the ICT team will have to do, give you a network that covers the whole campus, because we're talking about students now being back into the office. Some of them struggled, and you know what, there's so many reasons why other students came back, right? I'm one of those people who are still working from home, and there are people who went back to the office. Some students came back to the office because they don't have connectivity at home. That's it. I came back, I cannot access all this when I'm at home. And those who can access this thing at home, they are in the campus so that they can see their friends. So now but the universities are embarking on hybrid education, online, and physical. So now we want students to be able to access the network wherever they are within the campus. Not necessarily in one hall or one building, the rest of the campus, which is what happened. So now when you put your cameras and you have Wi-Fi connected to that, now from our campuses over the world, we don't have security personnel walking around the campus, seeing what we're doing. No. They're stationed into strategic positions where there is an IOC where it shows the whole campus. We have cameras even inside the building, except the bathrooms. But yeah, we have even, if I leave my bag, I can leave my phone like this and I will go wherever I will find my phone. Because people will have to know. If you make an awareness at security and ICT, we're having cameras and we're having internet, we're having connectivity. And these are the things that we'll be able to do. We are watching you. These are the things that is happening. Then now you change the behavior. You leave anything, whatever on the phone, it is what it is, you find it there. So unless there is an alarm triggered, then they will send the security personnel next to that place a task, a video. This is what happened with your face. This is the person. We're having people who are blacklisted not to come into the campus. We're putting photos there. Especially with women, you will lose big time. Because I'm committing something like this, and tomorrow I'm coming with another weave like this. And then that person will be able to go through. So I'm talking about this technology where we take the skull structure of your face. So it doesn't matter what you do with your hair. You have to go for plastic surgery and maybe change the bones on how you look so that you pass through. So once we put you, even people who resign, we put the photo. This person is not allowed in the office.
You see that man trying to go this side, you are great. Refusal, denial, you're taking my job, I'm not ready, is that angle of mine. The question is, are we part of it?
It's education. You're making awareness. That's the thing with the lectures, right? The reason why the online teaching the quality wasn't that good. It was not because of the lecturers were not good. It wasn't. They're used to this, and now you have to talk to yourself in front of a video conferencing and their eyes watching. You don't even know if they're watching now with the dads, with the moms. That was not their way of doing things. And we complain about quality, but then we forgot to train them. Yes.
I got one.
Yes.
This is very smart. I like this. How long was the transition for your company? And you guys are fairly ready. How long was the transition between this man and that? How did it take? Because that's the one who should have I can tell you right now. They don't want to be a main decider. I know they don't have different parties, but that's what's going to make them be careful to possible.
Okay, like I said, I will talk about what we has done, but then, you know what, it's like we're talking about smart campus and smart city. It's a bigger picture, and then it's just a big elephant. You eat that by piece, then you finish it. So now if I'm talking about the security, and I'll go into healthcare or whatever, for the security, when you get, example that I gave, when you get to the gate, there's this book where you want our numbers and everything. So now, how can you put that into one of the technologies, two books, like I said, what other universities are doing now when you get the camera high, or wow with that camera, but then they're like, okay, fine, then your license, the car, and they store that. I'm registered, I'm done.
There are no papers written. It's just that I never asked where you store this information. But from our side, we do have a cloud, so our security personnel have access to our cloud. The information that they take when you get into the gate is stored in the cloud, and even the video that they're taking when you're walking around the campus the whole day and night, it's stored they store it in the cloud.
Last now.
Okay.
Look, more of this digitalization is about culture. And immediately we do not address the cultural issue of the government. Someone will be careful of it. And I really why. This SAPS is for the good system of case management system, CAS. But I'll tell you this, they are careful not to move over fully from this guy to that guy. They are very careful. And I'll tell you why. It's a culture. It's a culture of the police to maintain a document in a particular. The right to the document because the personal information is basically diary, the crime and the service. Now, what I'm not sure of, and that's why I'm asking, guys, please, you must tell me, that's why I'm asking this question. Security system will benefit more out of this than any other. I can tell you guys. They benefit out of what I want to clarify is, did you guys, as part of the transition, do you do cultural training from this to there? Because I can show you, if you don't deal with the culture, this is not there. I can tell you right now, especially amongst you guys, it's not like that. Now, how will that deal with it? Because that's the culture.
Okay, I think it goes to what I just forgot to name ma'am. A doctor, when she said in South Africa we do have policies, but the enforcement is a problem. Okay, so when it comes to private sector, we have policies and enforcement is not a problem. It's policies. We are going from here to here. Training will be offered, and this will be done. We'll be using the system from this day to this day. After this, we are not using this system. We're going to that way, and then we offer training. I see Dr.
Yeah, my question now is whether this is known to everyone. Because sometimes you just wake up and find in a corridor, there is a camera that you don't even know whether it's working or it's not working. So I just want to check because you might find we have this smart environment and technology that my neighbor does not know about. Do you make it well known to everyone?
And you find that even the people who are actually monitoring the cameras, they're not sure that it works because how the monitoring works. Okay. I'll tell you what happened with us when we had cameras. We have cameras. When you work, there's a camera here. We are used to that. So when I joined Huawei, the first thing that they do, you go for orientation. So like you said, it's all about training. And you know what, doctor, some of people, it's not like they're not trained. They were trained, they just still want to hold on to what they know. And it makes it difficult now for them to work with the new generation. Like now, we have managers who want everyone to come back to the office, just to attend a Zoom meeting. And I'm asking, I can attend a Zoom meeting at home. I have internet, the power backup is fine in case of load shedding. So why should now I drive an hour to be in the office to attend a Zoom meeting and say there's nothing from me? So that's their old way of doing things. Everyone has to be in the office. And now we are that generation, unless there is a need for me to be in the office, I'm not. And there are policies now. If you check, some companies, there are 21 companies that said people work remotely, permanently, those who can, and those who can come to the office when there's no way to work from home. So in terms of seeing now the cameras go corridor, and you're not told, I mean, it goes back to how the company does things. The same thing as now having Wi-Fi and having cameras all over the campus. And we're like, okay, can't you just see a video one day, but no, man, we're not tweeting more to that. You want video, okay? Can't you record them? Are you monitoring us? But for now, for the POP Act, because now for someone to take that picture, someone to take that video, the company has to declare that. So I don't know if the companies are not doing that, then they're breaking the law. Because from our side, we were told there are cameras all over the campus, even when you're sitting at your desk. There is a camera watching. And this is not watching what you're doing, but it is for security reasons. They can see how many people are on the floor. So if there's an alarm at building 15, imagine our security personnel, we're having 18 buildings at one office park. How many people are we going to have running around the whole campus? So they're looking at the floor. Which floor this alarm came from? Okay, fine, emergency exit. This was floor 1 on building 15. How many people are on that floor? They're able to count. Because they can see us, okay, and who's close by? Because we're having RFID text now. If you look at, now we're talking about asset management for companies. We're having printers getting lost. We're having all these things. We're having nice things. I mean, the whiteboard now, we're having ID hubs where some of the teachers are using that blackboard, whatever. They're getting stolen. How? The video surveillance. I mean, you know what? And our personnel are stretched. You have one guy now, he goes to the bathroom, there's no one. You get two people coming to disturb him to talk about something else, and one knows that once he goes that direction, this is where I'm moving. But then now we're saying, tag all those valuable assets, so that even if this gentleman is being disturbed, they're walking onto the other side. Those who are at IOC, they'll be able to see this asset. While the parameter was, is not supposed to be moved, and it is moving. It will generate alarm. We know you're not supposed to leave. Like the systems that they're using at the airports now. You leave your bag, and then the bag is just sitting there for more than 5 minutes. They say 5 minutes. What if it's a bomb? They will circulate it. There's no bag or a line that's supposed to be on its own for more than 5 minutes. Or you're not supposed to be taking this direction. If there's someone taking that different direction, and there's an alert. To answer your question, ma'am, you have to be told. I have cameras in my house. I don't think I was going to be happy if I get home and have cameras. We were military. It's one of those things we discussed. We're putting cameras at home. It's IoT. It's everything. IT is here. This is how we do things now. And it's really up to the universities or the companies to let you know. Even our security personnel, if he doesn't know there's a camera there, whatever the managing system it is, then how will he be able to manage that? Yes, Papa. Bound over.
I think it's so important that you came here and address this in front of people. But another recommendation that I want to give, when we get to this research presentation, and as ourselves, the student leaders and all that, we sort of
No, you were saying, I wanted a pen, and I was like, okay, I don't have a pen. I'm sorry, it doesn't look, I'm not WhatsApp. I'm just going to capture what you're going to say.
Okay, yeah, so I think what Mentalist was saying is very important. We are so, some of us are very technological advanced, you know, but we sort of present and make proposals to these management people or people who are in higher position who make decisions to either transform into this whole AI thing or not. But the problem is that these people they sometimes don't catch us. And I think as Hawaii, you guys should actually
Wow.
Yes. Don't come back. You guys should actually sort of also start assisting us in terms of trying to pursue this people or try to paint that image to say, guys, this is the way to go. You know, because we are always left in that whole of thing of proposing these things, and sometimes there are questions that we tend to, or that they tend to ask, and then we don't have answers to, and then they say, you see your ideas, they don't even make sense. It was just a recommendation.
Can I tap in?
It's a fun game, Wadi.
What I also realized in other universities that we go around, during registration, you may find that students are highly knowledgeable than the operating officer. This student, when you come into computer, she masters everything. if she goes around and see what this person who's being registered is a chaos. Good people, let's absorb intellectual students to assist us during registration. Our job will be easier because
They can easily convert the PDF to a word.
You know, just to draw a line, somebody will stand up and stretch a simple thing. And then how do you do that? Particularly in other African countries, you may find that when the line comes, students from the IT section, they've been given iPad or laptops, whatever system, they will capture. We're going to College of Engineering. Already the system is connected. What modules are left? What module to register? When you arrive there, you just get the receipt, go and pay, and then the system prints. Unlike to frustrate our students, good people, this is a world of technology. Let's leave the old and go. If you, who among you can now write a letter and go to post office and post it? But you want the student to leave? No. Can you write a letter now to post office and post this to KwaZulu Natal? But you want our young kids to go to the old. Lecturers, my colleagues, if we don't move, we will be drowning. This is the message. I know I will, thank you, sir. I know I will not be in good books with my academic colleagues, but if we don't change now, honestly, we are going to suffocate. That's the message.
Yeah, but to have followers is either you're manipulative or you inspire people. So let's inspire them and not manipulate them. You know what? Thank you very much for that. I don't know if there's anyone that I need to speak to, you know, specifically in the Free State. I was there for the Fire Summit. I think it was 2 right? Yeah, so if there's anyone, just put us in front of them. We're going to show them the solution that works and they decide where they want to buy with whom. For me, it's the awareness. If there's anyone here who want to come to Huawei, to the IOC, and see what I was talking about, the tracking of people, the checking of assets, and even monitoring the flows and the tax where we check where our personals are, this solution is up and running. You just come and see it and you make your own decision.
Thank you, Mrs. Cheney from Hawaii. Thank you so much. I believe that the presentation was very clear on how technology could and will enhance safety on campus. One of the problems that tend to happen is that in most of the institutions, when we do change gets to be imposed on people. And when you impose change on people, it will never be effective. And so it's very critical that when we are talking about this transition, that very intense change management process is mapped out. And the other aspect is an issue of technology cannot replace the human efficiency. And so technology is not here to take the work. And because we are all sitting in here, I think we can actually become data analysts. For example, looking at the data that get produced by the movement at the gate, by the movement on campus, and be able to make decisions. That is highly needed. So I think we had a good session, and she's gonna be here for lunch. So you can book her pay through me. And so it depends on where you want to sit. You know, the closest will be 2,000 rand. The ones that are sitting in yes. You can ask, maybe I can answer. You never know. Yeah.
I'm from CBS, and then we manage access control as well. But now, with what you can offer and improve what we have, if we are using, let me say we have camera systems, and we're using a different company. So now, with what you have to enhance what you have, why is it necessary for you guys to get the software from those companies that we use and then have it for yourselves? Because we had this thing with your technicians. They wanted to come and enhance what we have because it's beautiful. But now they wanted to focus on the software that we use. And they want to upload it. I don't know, he's working with access control. And then I found it very confusing. Because they will ask us, okay, what do you have? We tell them we're using a Babylon system. And then they want that Babylon system so that they can join it with what you have. So it's confusing. How does that work?
Okay. Can I just be honest? I don't know what the requirement is, and what is it that you're able to do with the current solution, and what is it that you're requesting on top of that? So I mean, and I wasn't part of the conversation, but normally to be like, okay, fine, we have this, these are the things that are able to do with this, and now you want to add 1, 2, 3. So then for you to add 1, 2, 3, then there should be some integration between these people and us, or do something like that. So I really don't know the history behind that, but normally, and I will comment when it comes to camera, because we're talking about, and I'm not saying your issues camera because yours is software, which I don't know where the issues with, but then the cameras you look at, we go to a company, they're having their own cameras, and we're like, okay, fine, let's take the model, what are you able to do with them? We're talking about the intelligence now, and we find that the intelligence within your cameras and where they're sitting. Now we're talking about the face recognition and all. They are not able to do that. And we're like, okay, fine. I'm one of those people who walk away. I don't know who you dealt with, but then for my side, I would be like, you know what? If with this solution we're able to do this, if you want to be able to do this, these are the things that you need to add. But then if you don't want to add this, I won't be able to provide you with this. Maybe my advice will be go to these people and see if they're able to offer this. And if they are, it will be an easier interaction because we already have them in-house. I will give you that. Whatever you wanted from Huawei, I'm from Huawei, trust me, the payments are not recorded. Whatever they were saying they were going to give you, if the integration was going to cause problems, go to these people who are currently running the system and go to them and ask them, I need 1, 2, 3, 4. I know we do that all the time. I know what we can do this, but then it is before I will go to them and spend more money on integration. Can you give me this?
So basically, it's that issue whereby Wahoo is already out and how many more? It's an issue of integration. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break for lunch. We should be back at 2:30. Yeah, about 2 minutes. Real 2 minutes, like 120 seconds.
Colleague, thank you so much. I know we had a very tough session last day or two. You might recall, right at the beginning, we said, who's going to be coming presenting? One of the authorities that is going to come and present the police is the private security industry regulator that is operating more. Now, there is an issue that I must share with you upfront. There's not going to be a presentation from CEO for 2 reasons. The first one, the CEO is not here, and he would have very much loved to come and present, so he's not here. He's been called to other equally urgent matters. And on that, but it is a great thing he sent two of his executives to come and hear and apologize on his behalf. That's number one. Number two, from our office, when we gave them the brief, we were not as detailed in our brief as they should have been. We were not. We gave them the problem, and we were not as detailed. And
And for that, on behalf of our boss, I'd like to apologize. Now, as a subset of number 1, there was an issue of most of you who have received my WhatsApps about where. There's an issue of them going to Restructuring and they got lost. So there was a lot of time spent there and everything. So the fact that the CEO is not here, it means he would have loved to be himself to present. And the fact that we also partly contributed, majorly contributed to the brief that we gave them, they will not be able to present. But however, they make a concession, and the concession is as follows. We need to take down questions that would have related to SIRA, 2 of which I already have questions like that. In our report, we need to very pronouncedly put that in our report that for SIRA, these are the questions that they have, that the members have, and SIRA will respond to those either individually or via other means they have. But one thing that they've told me is that on the digitalization drive, it's there by them, and if you want more information, you can get that information. So on that note, I'd like to say thank you, give a round of applause that SIRA is here, but they cannot present for the reasons that I've just outlined. So, no.
In terms of digitalization, I think
that
presentation
is nice. Yeah, and I think it dealt with that.
Yes, but then just quick one. Thanks, Molefe Mazumela from SIRA. I think the presentation
And so Cecilia and Joe, they are serial entrepreneurs. And so we like to make a joke. Joe is highly technical. He can come up with all the technical stuff. And Cecilia is very practical. She can do very amazing presentations. And I can talk to them. But today she's going to talk to this presentation. It's a concept around the security. I think earlier we had spoken about the security in Pretoria. That was just before lunch. And the concept that she's going to present is going to basically show the plans that Grow Lab and other partners have in putting what we would call a blanket of security over Pretoria. And the good thing about this initiative is that it's a private sector driven. And I have mentioned that the government have tried almost a similar thing, but there's too many cameras around South Africa who either the government have gotten into partnership with people that did not mean well and they don't work. And this time it's something that we believe is going to work, and it's a model that can be taken across South Africa. So Cecilia, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. I feel so welcome. Thank you. When talking about the cameras in and around Pretoria, just for interest's sake, there is existing 309 cameras in especially CBD area. And if anybody can guess how many of them work, you can win a prize. None. So they were put in initially in 2010 to monitor everything, and all of that went down to the Sammy Mark Center, so that it was crowd control, safety, and all of that. There was a nice control room where you could sit and see exactly what's going on. And unfortunately, as some partnerships work, the cameras are there, but they don't go anywhere. They're dead. Nobody monitors them. So it was a great initiative, but it was something that it wasn't maintained. Okay. So what I want to tell you today about is everything here is obviously student focused, but we're going to zoom out a bit, and I'm going to come back. You can see directly how this works on the student and the safety of the student. We're busy with I hear daily that Joe and I are both crazy, and it is crazy, and it's very ambitious, but any entrepreneur will tell you hear that every day. So we are putting this concept of, I quickly touched on it yesterday, but we're putting the concept of putting a dome, a tech dome, over Tshwane. We wanted to start out a bit smaller, just do one of the wards or something like that, but then we saw, we went down to countryside, we went to Ermelo, we went to Potchefstroom, to see, let's just kind of get a feel and test this model. But anybody that's from a small town knows the politics and the dynamics there. People don't agree on things, so to get something done in a small town, that's a challenge. So anyway, we came back and forth, and then we decided, you know what, let's go all out. Let's put the safety solution in for everybody. Not a selected area, not the privileged few. We're going to go bull by the horns, all 107 wards. So those who don't know, Tshwane is 7 regions, made up 107 wards. Okay, so the solution is basically for all of that. We call it Underdome because it's creating a safety bubble. But what's very important about the model is this is not just a security solution. A security, anything, is reactive. You need to find the cause and you need to fix it. Why are things going wrong? Why are people stealing? Why are they doing all of these things? Because it's a broken economy. So our bigger picture, it's called the National Development Network for a reason, because it's a rebuilding of a community from the bottom up, fixing things from the bottom up. Before you can start fixing, you do need safety though. So the safety angle is there. But it is creating jobs, it is getting people off the street, it's creating care centers, it's a holistic approach that's apolitical and inclusive. We want everybody that's got a contribution to take part. There's not only selected partners, it's for all of us, it's by the people, for the people. Okay. So our vision is just to create the ultimate life and living system designed around community well-being. Okay. And as we all know, there's a lot of challenges we as South Africans face every day that people that are not from the African continent would never understand. Besides that, we don't ride lions and all of those things. Our mission is to build back South Africa to a safe, fast-growing economy, to attract the lost skill from immigrants that left the country and gained outside experience. Everybody's familiar with the brain drain. There's not enough opportunity here, so people that are highly skilled tend to leave. And we lose a lot of skill to overseas companies and countries. It's text heavy, so don't stress, it won't be death by PowerPoint. I'm just going to run through the key points with you. So Joe and I are basically entrepreneurs that had the opportunity to leave, but like you, a patron that stayed, we chose to stay. We love this country, but if you want to stay here, want to keep on building ventures, growing, all of that, you need to fix the broken ecosystem. And why South Africa? Well, South Africa's been ran down over the last 20 odd years. And if there's Numbeo is a crime index, a global crime index. So if you look at that, South Africa is 5 of the top most dangerous cities in the world. And it's including all of Brazil, all of that. And the lucky winner is Pretoria. And not far behind Joburg, Durban, Cape Town, and Bloemfontein. So we've got that in the top 20, which is, we know that, but it's still scary stats. So with Pretoria being the capital city and the fact that we live here ourselves, we thought it the best space to start it here. And our vision is a vision of a new economy in the sense of, if you look there, for Tshwane, if we can fix Tshwane from the bottom up and create this, I don't want to say bubble. Bubble sounds too like we're all living in Val de Vie and it's never, never land. It's creating this space, the ecosystem, where people flourish. And if we can get it right in Tshwane, we can replicate this model. Joburg, Durban, wherever. So we can create this healthy economy one place at a time. What we plan to deliver for this 107 wards is a working financial system. It is a data management system. It is a city management platform. We talked about how do you connect all the people. It's an app, which is your interface, that's your connection. You'll see in detail. We want to create free online learning platforms. We want to put Wi-Fi in informal settlements. There's a million and one things we want to do, but again, starting from grassroots level up. And then we're saying this is our 17 goals for sustainability. You're all familiar with these. But in the end, sustainability boils down to these things. We want people to be able to create a life for themselves. That's just the 107 wards of Tshwane. And what you'll see that's very key is that tower. I don't know if that looks familiar to anybody. Okay, that's the old Telkom tower. So that is the highest site in Tshwane. And at the moment, it's not really being utilized besides for satellite dishes, communication, telcos use it. It's got a strong, I think it's strong presence. And if you want to go for a safety angle, it's a great place to be based out of. It's central, it's close to the CBD, it's close to the hospitals. For all of these different things we want to fix and approach, it's a great location. The other thing about it is we're talking a lot about technology and all the millions of sensors and cameras and all the various things that we're planning to install feeds into this master system. And this master system is then equipped to be a reactive, responsive safety solution, amongst other things. But it'll be the key point eventually nationally, the home base for the project. We've started out, because we wanted to include everybody, in Eersterust. Eersterust has been our starting off point, and that's Ward 43. I didn't know what ward I was living in until I started looking at this project, but that's Ward 43. So the process starts out with getting the community together and telling them what the plan is. Nobody ever executes somebody else's plan. So if you bring people in and you ask them, what's your plan? What's your problems in your community? What do you want us to fix? Come up with your own plan. We'll facilitate it, but we need you to tell us what the problems are so we can address them. So that's been started in Eersterust on their request. They came to us and asked for this. So now we're facilitating and doing it. This is just one of the planning sessions we've had with them. And then on 23 August, we're kicking off in Ward 42. It's just Waterkloof. Our partner has been doing all the street closures you guys have been seeing all over. He has been in the business for 23 years, and he's done 91 street closures now. But he's also realized that a street closure is not a solution. You end up just having little blocks and a tunnel going through it. So the underdome system is the next level of a street closure. Make everybody safe in this space. And then we realized if you wanted to do upliftment properly, you have to start in the core of the community. You have to start with the various forums that are contributing to the community, which would be your schools, so you engage your principals, your church forum, your religious leaders. Government will always be such a strong role to play, your business forum, and your community policing forum. This is what the models build on. This center, there's so many churches, unfortunately, public spaces that's unused at the moment. So we decided, let's put up with technology and the right strategy that the community has decided on themselves, a community care center. This care center will always form the heart of any ward. It'll have a monitoring system like a control center. All this information feeds back to the master control center. And the most important thing in the model will always be your intel, knowing what's going on so you can react to that. This is just the process of how you start out, you do an assessment, and you do a vision plan. What's your goals, what's your aims, your objectives, your action plan, and your budget. How are you going to do this for your specific ward or your community? The National Development Network is a non-profit organization, and Underdome is one of its initiatives. So this is what we are planning to put down in each and every ward. It'll be drones, which is a great solution, motorcycles, vehicles, a SAPS community, sector commander, all the various cameras, and then the LoRaWAN system. I'm not sure if you guys know what it is. It's a low frequency, long range system that you put up. And that's where all the IoT devices link up to the system. And the IoT devices have gotten to a point where you can monitor anything, whether it be on your dog's collar, whether it be your borehole, or just your gate opening. So if you can put up this system and you cover the entire Tshwane with it, the amount of information you can get from it is limitless. Just a bit of a more breakdown, and each of these care centers, we are focusing a lot on veterans, because we see veterans have got all this knowledge, they've been in the industry, they've served for such a long time, they're all retired now, but they're sitting with so much knowledge that they don't know where to pass it on to. So they are a key driver in this model, to have them run these centers. This is just the NPC structure, and you'll go into a PPP with the municipality to make sure that you are a support function. The role is never ever going to be, we don't want to take over government's job, it's not that. We want to run next to them and assist them, because I know they're so short on staff and resources. What was shocking to me is in Eersterus there's 7,000 kids, primary school kids. And in the entire Eersterus, there's one police station, 2 policemen, and 1 car. So how can you service a community that big if you limit it like that? So we are in the plan involving private sector security, and yeah, it's more than lending a hand than anything else. Then part of it is obviously your response. So when these sensors are up, something goes wrong and a trigger goes off, we are properly geared to respond to it. We don't have to wait for the poor police force that has 1 vehicle. You've got all of this backup, and this goes for each and every ward. It's not just on one side. What we've also seen is insurance companies will be the biggest benefactors of this model. If you look at what happened in KZN, I don't know if you guys know the stats, but the insurance claim just for the malls was 460 billion. So if anything like that happens in Gauteng, we will be uninsurable. So the big guys that underwrite all of this insurance in the UK, the Lloyds from London, those guys, they just said to them, if something like this happens, we can't insure you anymore. Gauteng will run into trillions. So you need a solution. You need fire trucks. The entire Tshwane has got one fire truck. How can you respond and help people like that? That's why this is part of the plan. And then again, we said, how do you get everybody on board? And this is what I touched on quickly yesterday. It's going to the technology side and putting together this app. Now, we all have smartphones, and on this app, we have the response, which I'll show you now. But we've got various different things. It's a platform for the community to engage with each other. You can book tickets, you can travel. It's actually quite limitless what is available on this app in the community. So it's a one-stop portal access for emergency services. You've got the opportunity to actually directly chat with your ward councillor, which we don't do now. I see how people manage the wards due to limited resources on a WhatsApp group. All of us are on those WhatsApp groups. It's quite difficult to do that if you don't have the right technology to manage. On this app, you'll be able to do voting and polling, real-time reporting of incidents, access to street cameras we're putting in. You're going to know what's going on in your area, and you'll be able to contribute to that. So this is, in theory, what it'll look like. As you can see, it's incident logging, it's the emergency services. Farm to table is something that we put in there, especially for smaller communities. We want to encourage the support of local businesses, because you want your community to flourish. If there's a farmer or local guy that does produce, support them. Support local, support your own community. People should stop looking outside and start looking inside. And that's the only way, in my opinion, how you're going to build up your community. So that little gun is linked to the Trigger app. I'll do a quick demonstration and just show you guys how it works. On the app, it's got the armed response. It has a lawyer on call. Should anything go wrong, it's 24/7. If you're a subscriber to the app, you've got that access to that. There's a suicide line for suicide assistance. There's ambulance. There's roadside assistance. Even if you stay by the coast, there's even linked to the NSRI. If you and your rubber duck go out too far, you can still press the button. So what we did is we aggregated security companies. And I'm giving you this background because this links straight into the student side, so just so you know how it works. So by aggregating security services, that means that one button, it doesn't matter if you're with ADT or Fidelity or whoever, you press the button, the nearest unit to you is going to react. So you don't have to wait for your own security to come. Whoever's close is going to come. If you're in town in Pretoria, we've tested it many a times. It's 1 or 2 minute response time. It's a long 2 minutes, but it's better than phoning into a police station and you don't get assistance because there's not enough hands to help you. Yeah, it's just explaining what I just said to you now, Uberizing it, for lack of a better word. Then what's also nice on it is the logging of incidents. If there is a burst pipe, if there's this pothole that gets you every time, you log it, you take a photo, it gets sent up, and it gets put into the right hands so that it can be addressed, and later on you can track what the progress is. Is it being fixed? Has it gotten any attention? Because it gets like a tag code number. This is the one I spoke about yesterday that's very relevant to me, logging of incidents. Any crime, any hijacking, anything that happens, you can have live footage. And that footage can be used later on in a case. And you can make the police aware of something that they're not aware of, plus the private sector to respond to that. That's just the farm to table. Other key pillars is later on, we're going to pull in financial services to it, telecommunications, media and content. It's quite limitless what you can do when you've got the application. Everybody signed up to it and up and running. What the plan is through private financing, giving the community the app for free. I think it's the essential part. People need to be able to take part in this And a financial barrier shouldn't be the reason that you can't be part of your community and contribute. Okay, that is just showing you the control center idea we have with the tower. It's quite nice to know that in a good way, Big Brother is watching. So if you put up your hand and you press a panic, somebody's definitely going to come, and they're going to come quick. What we've managed to do is get the SAPS and the Metro Police involved as well. So they're partners, part of all the private security companies. So they're going to sit there as well, and it's become the official E2 center for Tshwane, the eyes and ears. I'm sure you guys have heard about that, so that's a great add-on to it. Let's see. And then the other big thing about it is to uplift the community is to bring back pride. Nobody wants to live in a place that's covered in rubbish and looks terrible. You want to go from that to that. And as soon as people are proud about their community again, it's a general feeling of it's nice to live here. You don't have to be depressed to go home every time because you were part of fixing your community. The other thing is we're getting involved in a lot of different initiatives like the Garden of Life. It's Stephen Barnard there at the top. He goes out to communities and he shows them in the most basic ways how to farm, urban farming, using tires, putting potatoes in there. It's the cutest ideas with the simplest things, and it works. It's just as good as you being a potato farmer, for that matter. Then they've got beautiful organizations, Rhythm of Grace and Waterkloof Walkways. They are all volunteers that go out and clean the community. That's what they do. They beautify and they fix pride. And then something that I really need to get the message through to you guys is smart city can also be a dangerous city. Why am I saying that? Because a smart city tends to not have a local JOC, Joint Operations Center. And you have to ask yourself why. Because like we're putting up one with a response with actual people sitting there. A smart city doesn't have one. That means that all information that gets gathered leaves, goes international. The people that control it sit overseas. And that is where the data exchange happens, and they get money for using your daily activity and your data. So that's why we say we create a safe smart city. All the data is locally hosted, it doesn't leave the dome, and it's there to better the community. It's not on exchange, nobody's going to get money from it, it's putting it back into the community. Then the general city management platform. The technology we're putting in is cutting edge. It's the best we could find worldwide. And these are the various elements that, that form part of a city management platform. So what we're going to do is there's a lot of existing companies, third parties that have cameras installed. We're pulling all that information into the tower. We are putting up between 2,600 and 2,900 different cameras in all these wards. All that gets fed into the control center. All the IoT devices, putting up the LoRaWAN system. The big thing about the LoRaWAN system, what's very important is what happens when Eskom goes dead. You don't have comms. What happens? People get attacked. People lose, it's just complete, it's KZN. That's what happens. So the big part of being based at that tower as well is a solar solution. So I can guarantee you that your power will always be on. But what I want is you'll always be able to communicate. Now, if you're in a panic, people will hear. You can still find out friends, family, or loved ones, where they are, what's happening. So I think that's key. I can live without the power, but I need to know my people are fine. And it comes from stadiums, railway stations, everything. And right in the corner, schools, universities. Okay. Okay, so that brings us to a safe, smart campus. So if the whole of Tshwane is under this dome, so is, for example, a TAT being national, UNISA being as big as it is, we have to start somewhere first. So these are the campuses in Tshwane, and each of them creates a little bubble that makes part of this bigger security bubble. All of the information, again, we were talking about what do you do with all this information that you get in the community? Security companies keep it, who keeps it? No. It goes into a system, nobody owns it, it's decentralized, and it can't be sold off, used to the benefit of the community. This is the basics when you look at a smart campus. It's your security, innovation, sustainability and optimization, health and well-being, student experience, digital infrastructure and technology. And again, how do you get everybody on board? You introduce the Smart Student app and it integrates with the ultimate smart campus. Okay, so My Student Life, that's what that we're calling it at the moment. It can be changed, it can be personalized. The things you see here are things that we thought of, that I thought of, that would have been relevant to me when I was a student, where you've got access to medical, sports events happening, shopping, making bookings, you're buying minutes, virtual events happening, learner management systems. What we've seen was quite a good thing is we've all skipped a few classes, but what would be nice is if these classes were available in a learner management system where you can access them afterwards and not really miss out that much. It's not to encourage people not to go to class, it's more of a backup. You can pay with this app. It's got that VAS is value-added services. There'll be rewards on it. You can use it anywhere on campus. Your banking, a marketplace, you can book your Ubers or whatever. It's a jobs portal, it's a chat. It is the interface that everybody works with. Like I said earlier, what's very important is if we focus on gender-based violence as it is now, how are you going to report anything happening? You need to have a system where people can either anonymously or themselves get an incident reported. So what in effect will happen is we all have the system. Well, most of us have the system of I'm leaving when I get home safe. I send a message to whoever. I'm home safe. Thank you. That's a green button. Then if in any scenario you feel stressed, you press the amber, and live streaming immediately comes up. This is specifically for the campuses. So this is not in our existing app. We just thought what is needed, especially on a campus with that amount of people and the things happening that's happening. So you panicking, you press that. Immediately it starts streaming. All of that information, whatever happens there, gets stored in the cloud. People go through such a traumatic experience, then they get asked what happened here. They don't even know their names. This is to help that. You don't have to remember. Then if it's a real panic situation and something's happening, you press red. It starts video streaming, which I also think is so important, especially afterwards. And the little gun that you saw earlier with the trigger, armed response, immediately responding to you. And if you're putting this on a campus, your response time should be 30 seconds, if that. Because then you've got campus security and you put them on as a responder as well, besides the normal private security and the police. You can put this tight-knit security web, call it whatever. It's up to you and your campus and your availability of resources, but you can make this that the response time is immediate. And then the other thing is what I wanted to add here, and we haven't put it up, was what to do if something terrible happens. Say you were assaulted or say you were raped or whatever. Is a portal where you can report the crime without going to the police station. You can upload photos. You can give your whole, what do you call it, your verklaring, for a lack of better word. You can put everything on there because it's traumatizing to go to the police station sometimes. And that's why so many crimes go unreported, because people don't want to relive what just happened to them. Just stakeholders, the City of Tshwane, municipality, community, local businesses, SAPS. These are all the various partners that we've managed to get on board that are part of the solution. We've got a lot of NGOs, a lot of non-profit organizations. Tsinolo, at the moment we are feeding 200,000 people a day, but we want to upscale it to 1 million. There's all these creating your own gardens, your urban farming. There's a lot of them there. And all boils down to be part of the change. But start with our students, start where this starts. This will balloon out. Fix it small. If we can fix a neighborhood, we can fix our regions. So yeah, that was just that, just saying to you, all the tech can come together in one space and we can use it to the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. I think you listened to your conscience because I just came and sat next to you. And you wrapped up. One of the things is the app that Cecilia have shown, the second part. It's basically a reconfigured part of the initial app. And that other app, I think the trigger, is already available on the mobile stores, ne? Yeah.
Take 2 seconds. And now remember, we are in the middle of the bush, so be fair to the response. I'm going to show you how it works.
So they're going to come.
Well, let's see.
Let's
say in theory we are on the Pretoria West campus, to be fair.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you saw on there, that's what it looks like. It's got your medical services, your lawyer on call, roadside assistance, trauma, and obviously your panic. So if you download on the App Store, it's 39 Rand a month for the armed response, and your package can go high, and then you get the lawyer on board and all of that with it. But like I said, the idea is for us to offer this to a community for free. Okay. So you hold it 3 seconds.
What's going to happen now, man?
Now, they're going to
have an arm response.
Yeah. If I can get signal. Yeah, that's the other beauty of being in the bush. No signal. Let's try that again. Okay. So it says looking for assistance. The same you'd get when an Uber driver would be coming out to you. It shows where you are. So quick when you do it from the tablet. Okay, it's ringing now. I should have taken it all silent. Okay. Hello? Hi, no, it's yeah. Thank you so much. I'm just doing a demonstration for a group of people. Can you please tell me my location? Yeah, Dena King Private Game Lodge. Yes, that's correct. And what is your closest unit?
The location that we do not have is out of quick responder coverage. However, we do have our nearby suppliers who will be able to assist us with the call. There are maximum security and city protection.
And what's the time of arrival? Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, thank you so much. You can cancel that. 076 38 97938. Thank you.
So basically how the system works, there is over 250 security companies that are part of it. And so when you then press the distress button, it then sends a message to everyone. And the closest would react. And so in some instances, you might find that 3 or 4 security companies would react to your call. And then with this one, the call center says that because this area is not necessarily covered, but there is a neighbor who is on the app that they can easily activate.
So that's up to you. If you sign up your community, we get as part of the responders, your response will be quicker. But as soon as it's a concentrated area, obviously like a metro, it's easier. But there's always somebody they can contact. And it is national. We've tested it in all kinds of Graafreinet, you name it, we've done it everywhere. People respond. In Paul, the response time was 1 to 2 minutes. I was quite surprised. So, yeah, that's basically what it does.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia. Any questions before we gonna give the Honorable MD? Oh yeah, we start here. Which side? We have questions that side as well. First here.
So I just wanted to ask something. Yes, you presented the one for the city of Tshwane, and then you sort of presented the one that could be utilized in the institution. But my question is for the first one, you know, how does your financial model looks like? Because there are some instances, security companies that actually take such initiatives. However, on an upscale progress, sometimes the pricing of such things end up depressing our people to a point whereby they say, hey, you know what, it's fine, let me cancel the subscription due to the pricing and what. So I just wanted to ask that. Because you didn't mention it, but then you mentioned it when you were about to exit there, when you spoke about the subscription for 40 rand or something like that.
Let me clarify that. See, aggregation is what makes this possible. Everybody needs to take part, then the cost come down exponentially. Like I said, we would at least want to in the neighborhoods, provide the armed response for the people. So if you're part of the initiative, if you join in, you help your community, you sign up, you download the app, your engagement points, we might be able to do that. This is third-party funding. It's not government funding. It's not anything like that. But we want to offer each and every person in the community the armed response. And if you would be keen to add other services, you can upsell, you can add that in. But the armed response, we think, is the essential one. But if it's a community like the amount of students you guys have, it's a very nominal amount. We can do that. And it offers all the value-added services. Does that answer the question?
Okay.
You've answered me also. I was on the second part. You answered.
I will copy some.
I was on the second part of the armed response.
Yeah. That's what we want everybody to have.
That.
Good afternoon, everybody. Cecilia, I'm excited about the smart city concept of was it smart campuses, smart municipalities. It's unfortunate that the municipalities are run by political parties. Yeah, because the very same outcome of what you have done, we were the initiatives of this. We benchmarked this from Finland in 2007, sent by the city of Tshwane under the ANC. Yes, that was 2007, where we developed the concept of the science park for the whole of South Africa to come with innovative solutions. Finland, colleagues, is one of the countries that is very exceptional, very good in terms of the speed help in innovation. Speed when you get concepts, when you build concepts. So what happened is we developed the infrastructure to say how City of Tshwane should look like as is today. But the delay is the politics. The rear vias, bus services, that was part of what we have done. We benchmarked, distilling best practices. We distilled those things there in Finland, how the campuses work. It was going to be part 2 of campus safety. And that's when the AAC went out of government and everything stalled, etc., etc. Even the infrastructure development around the via buses and the smart train stations as part of that. So the second phase was going to be security, where a team of expertise around that would go and they would go to the very same country and distill those best practices. In Finland, it's one country there's no vandalism, it's a funny country. But it is true, and it's the second cleanest country in the world now. They park their bicycles, we went to about eight universities there. They just park their scooters and bicycles. You don't lock. You park your car at a train station, you leave it for 5 days. You leave it on Monday, lock it or unlocked, it's fine. You go. When you come back on Friday, you just go back home. We were ashamed and say, is this possible? That was 2007. Yeah. And we noted that yes, it's possible because the innovation system was very high. But they hired the Japanese because schooling there, it's free. Till master's level, free education. What they've done is with the government model, they recruited students from the East. Not because of perhaps the Chinese or the Asians they said those people are bound, they're innovative. They don't slip. So they gave those students bursaries to study till masters, and then 4 years you work for those municipalities, and they distribute them to all the municipalities, and they brought all these concepts. I think I'm recommending to you with your team again to, if this wasn't part of the products of the smart city, that's because we saw the smart city concept there, that you follow up on Finland. I still have contacts about all the universities, all the contacts about how good they are still doing the things. Now, as a team in South Africa, as universities now, because we're concentrating on the smart cities through Data City, so I believe we can tap again into that, bring the linkages, the networks into the team and into the TUT team and to the benefit of the whole country, all the universities. They are innovative, I must tell you. Finland is small, but there's miracles there. Yes, and there's people are employed.
If I can add to that.
Yeah, the municipalities are doing good work. I just wanted to share with you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks so much. That's valuable contribution. Were you saying where your bike is still there when you come back? I stayed in New Zealand for a year when I worked with the rugby team. And as a South African, it's very weird to arrive there because you're constantly locking your doors, looking over your shoulder. It's survival for us, which is sad, but that is, Africa's a rough country. Okay. So you get there and doors stay open. People I worked with, they sold their house and the new owner wanted the keys to the front door. And the guy was like, haven't locked that in years. You can go jogging at night. That's first world countries. That's what we want to go towards. But if we have to wait for municipalities, I don't want to say government, municipalities, your area, we're going to wait a long time. That's why we went through the right channels, we spoke to the right people in the positions of power, more saying that we want to help you. We don't want your money. We just want your nod to say, you can play in our space. That's all we wanted. Because we're going to make them look good because they don't have enough hands, they don't have enough resources. Doesn't matter what the reason is. But that is the community taking charge, saying, I don't want anything in return. We are putting all of these things there, but we need everybody to take part in it. If we build an app, everybody needs to sign up to it. Then it's communal buying power. Then I can bring it to you at a nominal amount. Then 39 rands, not relevant. That's if you as an individual sign up. So it'll always be the power of communal buying, aggregating, put things together, get the buy-in, and then well, you're gonna have to. We have to do it for ourselves. But it's great if we can get the support.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. This is normally called a graveyard shift. And so I know that there are those basets batomile bapuka. And so I'm going to, before I give to Ndaten Ngobeni, I would want us to go back to our board. If there's anything we have not achieved, we will then stay another 4 hours. But if we have achieved everything that we have intended to achieve, aneritoma. When we were talking about the security guard feeling those things, some handwritings are beautiful beyond description, like mine. And so imagine that you have to fill that form. If I have to fill that form with your name and your details. So that's why we need a smart campus. But I can read mine. It's beautiful beyond description. We're starting here. One of the things that we have not really clearly defined is the issue on the role that the students should play in the safety. And which basically should also then speak to the issue of collaborative initiatives. I think in Ndaten Ngobeni, this need to be part of the research. And I think the research chair on the safety on campus need to also then look at that. The universal SOPs. We have spoken about it, we touched on it. We believe that there need to be, those are standard operating procedures, be it in crowd control and all other aspects. But I don't think we have tested enough to basically come up with a proposal that could then be saying, let's expand the engagement from the university perspective. I do believe that there are forums that are, university security that would then need to sit on this Cassti, might need to coordinate it. Because then when we are able to come with the standard operating procedures, it might as well also influence the curriculum that the security guards that would come to work on our campuses should go through. Because you can't just send any security guard to come and work on campus. They need to be actual to understand what are the standard operating procedures. So it's something that Cassti would then have to look at and decide how do you go about engaging the university and probably engaging DHEAD itself as well. Creating economic opportunities for local communities. Look, the issues of the economy of the society tend to actually influence security. Now, there's a lot of stakeholders that are involved within that. And I do believe that this forum, we have a very little influence in some of those things. Because then in terms of economic opportunities, you're also taking your procurement and all other stuff. So you might need to bring other people. But I think from the perspective of where we are at with the security perspective, we could cite that as one of the problems that causes insecurity around the campuses. And we then had the session on the CPF. And the session around the CPF, the MD outlined it very well. What we have not then discussed would then have been how is that initiative configured in each of the institutions? Or with the institutions that are sitting here, do you have any structure that might reflect a form of a CPF? So those are the things, the questions I'm throwing, you think them through, and then the question would then also lead to implementation. To then be saying, I have received the information, then in my own environment, I might need to implement it. Then, challenges faced during student unrest. I think we have spoken about it, one, within the concept of the technology. How can the technology assist? You know, your facial recognition and all those things. But we also then spoke about some of the things that happens during student protests and the role of the security that we have. And so it might also need to come to be brought down to the standard operating procedures. To then be saying, what kind of security companies do we need? What capacity should they have? Then, effective campus community policing forum, I think it falls here. Creating jobs through smart campus. Look, I spoke about the entrepreneurial ecosystem, but once again, at times, we cannot be the experts in everything, because I think the competency of this room is around safety. And that's basically what we need to be thinking. How do we keep the campus safety? Then now, job creation. That is a socio-economic issue that might need to be discussed to say, if we were to do that, you know, how much will that impact on security and the safety on the campuses? Then it was the issue of the level of security. I do believe that if you were not a believer in the smart campus, in the role of technology, and you know, before the MD, Ira altar call, inegele. You see, because I think that we have actually beaten this horse called the smart campus, the technology, the role of technology, to an extent that it can't talk, and so it's a meat that you can take home. And how to use technology. If we were to write a test, we will all pass, ne? The issue of community involvement, I think we have exhausted this one. And the issue around the skills that we need. We need to tell the MD that he owes us a session with Asira. Because remember what we had said. We had said that this part, we will need to discuss it with them in order to basically say that the requirements of the campus security need to reflect on what they need. And the other aspect would then be the changing of mindset, which then speaks about the benchmarking. We might need to have a virtual engagement again with people from other countries in order to understand how they are doing. And I think that also then Cassti might also need to probably arrange a benchmarking initiative or a trip to one of the countries that actually have the best security. I would actually say that we need to first look at what do we have in Africa, because there could be other countries that actually have perfected the safety on campus in Africa. And but we will also need to look at the countries that are using high technology. Ndate spoke about Finland. We might need to revisit Finland. But now the thing is, like, it should not be the management. It's good management make decisions. But if there was going to be a change in mindset, it should happen through you because you are the implementers. And challenges we should anticipate with the smart campus. one of the biggest challenges that we have mentioned was the issue on the personal information, because a smart campus, you basically lose your personal information. You know, for the boom gate to recognize your number plate when you come through, and the cameras that will always have to be used for facial recognition. And but I think the pros are higher. You know, what we gain is higher more than what we lose. So this is basically, in a nutshell, that what my brain could capture that we have discussed. I'm not sure if I have exaggerated or if I have left something. It's good to ask this question when people are about to fall asleep. Okay, with that said and done, Ntate, I think I have done my work. And who is that? It's your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to wrap up. I'm also tired.
Yeah. Yeah, wrap up before you sleep.
Yeah. Let me wrap up before I sleep. Yeah, let me wrap up. Where is that lady?
IT specialist.
Yeah. She must come and do her part. Put the slide up, ma'am. Some of the questions to the answers, some of the answers to the questions will come out. Some of, not all of them, though. Some of them now. Okay, one now. I'm also gonna sit down.
Is that the smart campus?
Yeah, the smart campus. Let's deal with the last section, guys. The last part. Yeah. Yeah. No, let's deal with the last part. Did you bring it on board? We're going to deal with how do you investigate the gender-based violence case. It's not an easy thing. I know you want answers. Let me see, and let me try and see what I possibly can present on that. It's not a simple thing. Are you getting it, ma'am? You're trying. Okay. Let's start with number one. Let's go to number one. You investigate a gender-based violence not the same way as you investigate for fraud or theft. You don't. Rule number one, it's advisable to have a victim empowerment center at campus before you start investigating. Because from day one, you are on your back foot. From the minute a person registers a complaint, you are on your back foot. You are on a defense. And let me explain to you where the defense comes from. Gender-based violence, it's, unlike any other offenses, it's victim-centered. It's not factual-centered, it's victim-centered. You see, when you investigate facts, it's easy. You just so facts and give them facts. This one is not. It's victim-centered investigation. And there's a difference. Immediately you start to investigate, you can be committing the offense yourself. That's the problem with this one. You start from the back foot. And the easiest way to start with your victim empowerment centers first. Start there. Establish victim empowerment. That's number one. Write it down. Establish victim empowerment centers first. That's number one. Did you get? Oh. I'm trying to buy time so that she can bring the slides up. Number two, where's water? I feel like a shot. Where's water? Oh. That's number one. Number two, train CPS as the first responder on the scene. And there's a difference, guys. When you, a crime scene, you put those tapes, am I right? You can't put the same tapes with gender-based violence. You can't do that. You can't have that tape, the red tape. You can't. The person that responds first on the scene is the most important person, because four things will happen there. Either you will win the confidence of this person, of the alleged victim, or you'll mess this person up, or you'll expose the university to be sued, or you'll expose yourself to be sued. Four things will happen there. Hear me out. A first responder runs a risk because you start the investigation at your back foot. When you get onto the scene, you'll either expose yourself to be sued, expose the university to be sued, lose this person, or lose the case from the scene. Please, guys, let me repeat this part, because this is the most, if there's one thing that you must take with you away from is this part. A gender-based violence case, you investigated with a victim mind-centered. Only. Your aim is not only to get facts, is to deal with the person and bring her back to normality. That's the main purpose. Bring her back to normality again. One of the requirements is you need to make sure that you respond in such a way that she regains herself or himself. So when you start, you are on your back foot. You can't put sellotapes and say this is a crime scene and have the pictures there and have a movie like this. You can't. That's number one. Sisi, are you winning? Okay. Okay. That's number one. The first responder must be trained thoroughly on how to respond to a scene first. That's why it's important to have a victim empowerment centers where you can call them in, engage with him and everything. Number two, don't assume you know. You don't know fuck all about this case. You don't know. You know, a lot of people say, don't worry, I know about this. Don't say that. You don't know. Hurt, pain is personal to this person. You don't know her pain or his pain. You don't know. A lot of investigators say, Sisi, don't worry, I know this thing. You don't know. Let me tell you, this one you don't know. She might have experienced it for 10 years, or for 10 minutes, or for 10 weeks. So you don't know that part. So you can't go there saying, I know. You don't know. When you get onto the scene, there are 5 things that you must say. Because those ones are the winners. I'm glad you have reported this thing. This is not your fault. I'm going to investigate this to the best of my ability. This case does not define you. Hear this part. This case does not define you. At the end of this, I'll make sure that you win this case. You say those 5 things, guys. A victim is in your pocket. Don't start, hey, you know what? I've dealt with 20 cases. It's not about those cases. It's about this case. It's not about those 20 cases that we've dealt with. It's not. It's about this one. Number 2, allow the victim to speak as much as he or she wants. Let me tell you, remember, they need an outlet to vent. Are you aware? This is venting. They're going to vent first. And then, as a man, you represent the grouping that has messed her up. So be careful. You represent that group. Now, let me give you this example. Way back, I was still a young man. In my career, I remember I investigated a case of rape on campus. And the lady came in. I could see she's Islamic, but I mean, it didn't mean anything to me then. It was lunch. They brought her to my office at lunch. Guess what? Ma'am, how are you? She's colored. How are you? Fine. I'm Stephen. I'll be handling this case. Have a seat here. There, yeah, sit there. I pulled my food. I was eating pork leg. Yeah? That was my standard food on Friday because I was going to drink in the evening. So I wanted to prepare myself with the pork leg. So I bought the pork leg. And I could see she was becoming nasty now. So I had the lady that was the concert. Ayman, that was the lady. Ayman, come help for me home and okay. Then Ayman came. I said, ma'am, you can talk to Ayman if you have a problem with me. Because I could pick up this attention here. He says, no, I don't have a problem. I've got a problem with you undermining my religion. Hey, what are you saying now? It's me. What are you saying now? Say, it's a Friday. My father just came from a mosque. That's why he could drop me now. You can't eat this in front of me. Remember, I've lost this person. Are you aware? This person is gone. Now, Amen. What now? You know, what do I do now? Because I've lost this one. He said, no, sir. Please. Firstly, you are rude. You can't eat in front of me. She was not aware. I had come from investigating case the whole night shift. I didn't eat. I'm hungry now. And I'm preparing for fight. She didn't know that part. And I can't tell her, hey, lady, you don't know, woman. I'm hungry. You can't tell her that. The reality is, I was coming from night shift. I didn't eat the whole day. And this case was not supposed to be mine. It was given to me because the guy was not there. So I said, no, don't worry, I'll handle this. I said, lady, if you know where I'm coming from. But I can't tell her. I'm hungry. I put my pork leg and the pap aside. Ayman took them away from me. We started from scratch. Say, now it's me. Ma'am, can I offer you coffee or whatever you want? He said, no, I can see you are a control freak. Now, I must have been 24 or 25 years by then. She must have been a year or two older than me, I think, looking at her face. I said, look, it's fine. Let's not go to my age. Let's deal with your matter. And then we can talk about other things afterwards. Are we back here? Yeah. Talk about other things afterwards. I've bought time. Ne? Let's start. Let's. I'll come back to this case. Let's start. Yeah. Let's start. Pass this one. Okay, hold on. Let me give you the global effect because I'm going to come to this one because this was my first case. I dealt with others, but this was my very first. I'll come back to it. And by the way, I won the case. At the magistrate meeting, I won that case, by the way. Besides my flopping, I won it. Worldwide, up to 35% of women, one way or the other, they'll be exposed to this thing. Now, I have a problem with this one. You know why? It doesn't speak about us men. And this is an academic research, ma'am. It doesn't say us. It says worldwide, women have experienced gender-based violence in one way or the other. And it says up to 8% of murders, women, this one is true, guys, I know. Murders of women are men. And those men, they have an intimate relationship with. It's quite a, so after every 10, almost 4 are killed. That's quite a disturbing number, are you aware? It's quite big. I like this part. Almost 15 and 44 years age group are the most exposed. And I explained, I'll tell you why they're exposed. Most of them are entering varsity or they're leaving high school, they're entering varsity. Varsity is a free-for-all. Free-for-all, you see drama there, it's a free-for-all. Number 2, most of them have not really formed a structure of what the relationship should be all about. They don't know what they should be doing. They don't know. Some of them are going to experience sex for the first time in their life, and that's quite an experience. Sex? Yeah, that's quite an experience. For the first time. There's a guy that created a song. The first cut is the deepest. Do you remember the song? He was referring to this one. Rob Stewart, yeah. That one. It's this age, guys. That's a problem, this age group. Next. These are the factors, guys. These are the factors that cause GBV. Read them and just meditate around them, because these are the factors, this one. Low level of education. Guys, let me tell you, some of us, we are low leveled. We don't know. Mo, I think. We are low leveled. We are not educated here. We don't know. Number 2, a history of maltreatment at home. Guys, stop beating your wives. Women, stop beating your men. Fight, don't fight in front of kids. Don't. Because they start thinking it's normal. I know other people can push you, I know. Don't fight in front of kids. Walk away. Go somewhere, take your car, go, just walk away. Don't fight. Number 3, most of kids have witnessed first fights at home. And it can be not physically, it can be verbal. It becomes a fight. Hey, don't tell me this. Don't tell me this. Who are you? I picked you up from the streets. Am I right? Yeah, that's a fight. It's a verbal fight. Number 4, the harmful use of alcohol. Guys, let me tell you, I drink. I'm not going to say I don't. I do. But alcohol is not a good thing. When you are drunk, don't do it in front of kids. Go to a bar or drink 1 glass and go and sleep. May not reach a stage where after I take 1 or 2 shots, I go sleep. Because then you become somebody else. You can become a Bruce Lee and want to hit the doors. You know, you start doing all sorts of things. Go home, man. Go and sleep. Can't slap. Go and sleep. Don't do nonsense here. Now, the other issues, the society's attitude towards women. Let me tell you guys, most of you don't know, I grew up in a Shebeen. You don't know. I grew up there. I have seen fights, horrible fights in my life. Knife fights, punch fights, guns. I've seen it in my life. That's why these things don't scare me. I've seen them. The society condones violence. It's not a normal thing. People are not supposed to fight. But we know, we condone it. Especially if Monna beats a woman. Bring her to order. She's last. We say that, guys. That's us. The 6th part. Guys, listen to me. This is my research. So you won't find it anyway. It's not in textbooks. It doesn't exist except in Gobinism. It's nowhere else. It's with me, this thing. The community norms of ascribing status to a man. That's wrong. You know there are community that thinks a man is a big shot. That's wrong, guys. There's no big shot here. You are equal. It is before your maker. You are equal. The community has a thing of saying a man must be in charge and must bring her to line. There's no such things. No. Nobody must be brought to line. You don't know what line. By the way, which line must you bring her to or him to? Which line? The community has got a way of giving a lower standard or status to women than us. Are you aware? Guys, now I've benefited out of that. And at times I pray about it. At home, I was the first to get a degree. So when they see me, they think I've got all of the answers. And because I'm a man. Nothing else. When they get stuck, hey, man, that's my clan name. I must come home. At times I don't have answers. I don't have answers. But they think if I can come and speak, it will make sense. My sisters who are older than me, at times I feel they're better off than me. But because it's me, the family goes with me. Did you hear me? Because it's me. And that's wrong. It's worse at traffics. You know, let me leave the traffics, guys. Okay, let me come here. How do you begin? Number 1, win the victim's respect. That's number 1. Let this person respect you as a person first. Win her respect. Greet her. Hi, how are you, ma'am? I'm Stephen. I'll be investigating your matter. Let me tell you, ma'am, I know nothing. So whatever you want to tell me, I'm going to write notes. So I'll be guided by what you say. That's it. Finish. Prioritize her safety. This person can be coming from the residence, living, squatting with a boyfriend. Now, how do you investigate her and say, go back? How? I dealt with the case 2 years ago at Wusu. No, 2019 at Wusu of a GBV. It was quite something else, that one. The lady staying with the boyfriend, she's squatting. So if she reports him, she's out of the room. Plus, she's been squatting for almost 9 months with him. Now, when she approaches you, she's begging me, Mamela, ngifuna kumcharge mara anga yeah, kumcharge makacharge. Mara mangamqothi because anayo room. I want you guys to charge him but don't fire him because if you fire him, I don't have a room. Uthini? I put Mamela ke ngifuna ukuthi kuba disquate kuye. Yo. See, what are you saying now? For how long? About 9 months, since January. Yo, okay. Does your matron know that you are squatting? We are yes. We are yes. At times, Sarnika grossa. Okay. So she's telling me another offense now that I didn't even know about. Okay. All right. It was a hell of a case. It was a hell of a case, that case. Listen attentively and carefully. Let me tell you guys, there's a difference between listening. Listen, but do so attentively. When she speaks, I'm going to say, okay, ma'am. No, sis, you know, I don't get you here. Oh, okay, all right. So then, you are giving feedback that you are listening to her as she's speaking. Let her write a story. They like to write stories. Let her write it. Now I'm going to say, Sisi, bhala phansi. Atandazi ukubhala mina khange ngiyibhale. Sisi wamhlala phansi, ibhale. Write it. She's going to take 4 hours. Sit there. Don't move away. Sit there. Just sit there. Read the newspaper. Have James read the book of James and leave her. She'll write. And scratch out another page. She'll get to 16 pages. She's tired now. Do you want water, ma'am? Do you want water to drink? I can do with coffee. And then she coffee. But leave her, let her write. When she's done, ask her, do you have a place to go? Once you start to cry, you must know there are problems. I've realized that. Once I ask you first, do you have a place to go? Yes. Then she breaks down. I know I've got her now. Now she's going to tell me the truth, and it might not be necessarily what she wrote here. The truth will come out. Hi. Yes. Let me speak English because I'm cutting out others. Yeah. Hi. You know, they had paid some lobola, but they are not done yet. Oh, okay. Okay. So where do you stay now? No, we're staying together in campus, but the room is in his name. And the father, the father was here too last night. And the father is not happy that I have reported this. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, she will cry for about 15 minutes. Leave her. Don't try to hug her. Leave her. She will cry. Yo, yes. Nikumbule kaya. Mama wako wasweleka. Now she's going to tell you stories about her mom. Leave her. Don't touch her. Leave her. She will cry. When she's done, the truth comes out. Another truth will come out. It's not for the first time. He raped me and his brother. You? Huh? It's not for the first time. It was him and the brother. But for now, I want to deal with him, not the brother. For now. Okay. Leave her. Let her make her own choice. Leave her. Don't tell her what she must do. She has to say right. She said, this part, did you include it? Can't ndifake ngoku? Yes. Fake. She writes it. Don't do anything. Don't ask her questions. Let her write a story because they've got a story to tell. Don't just leave her. She'll write. Done. Tell me, she's going to ask, tell me, do other people by security, do they know about this case? No, they don't know. It's only me. They don't know. Oh. Because all right. Relax. If she gets calls, leave it. She'll get calls. Don't disturb her, leave her. She'll pick up calls, leave her. Once she's done, she's done. She'll tell you, Pute, I'm ready. Go. Mamela says, I've organized you a room. For this whole week, you're going to stay at that room. I've already phoned the Restructuring. Restructuring, I've got somebody else who's here. The special case I can't tell you, but she needs a room. So what I'm going to use your budget to book her at Polokwane's son for a week. I'll get a special rates there, that's fine. You take it there. She must be alone, but she must be comfortable. Now, when she's alone, you'll hear more dramas. Let's come back. Let's come back here. Support and encourage her. Was this for the first time? We tell you, support her. Next. I'm going to skip this part because this I do in a class, guys. It takes me too long to explain this part. Pete, this is in a class. This class thing. Yeah, leave this part. It's for my class, this one. See, go. Go. This is for my class. That's it. That's it. That's how I start. Next time, that's my starting point. I believe you. I'm glad you told me. I know it's not your fault. I'm sorry this thing has happened to you. Let me tell you, we're going to deal with this matter, and you'll be safe. That's how I start. I start this way. Then the rest of the other issues come out. I start that way, guys. Guys, let me tell you, it's a tried and tested method of mine. And I'm not saying it will work for you. But if you apply it the way that I say you must, there's no reason why you won't get what you want. No reason. Next. Before we go to next, let me deal what does support mean. Don't judge her. We won't get to the slide now, but let me share what's going to happen at the other slides, which we won't get to now. People, victims of gender-based violence, have a way of communicating to the public that the public is not aware. She will do something that will shock you. I remember one lady, she was sitting down, exposing this part of her. She had tattooed her with a knife through the heart. Here, there was a heart here with a knife through the heart. And then, because I've seen gangsters in Cape Town, so it's a sign. I said, oh, okay, but I don't ask her. Don't judge her. Don't ask her about the tattoo. Leave it, but make a note with a tattoo. Now I put that in my investigation with the tattoo. To remind me, hey, I'm not dealing with a normal case here. Tattoo, 1. 2, some will make a hairstyle that is red. Hey, my daughter, does beauty involve red color? Red, red. Others, especially if it's guys, they become very tardy. They might not wash for a month or 2. You can pick up the perfume. This person hasn't had a bath. You can pick it up. It's a way of reacting. Make a note. I just make a note and leave you. I don't ask you why. It's not my job. The prosecutor will ask those questions. I'm not interested. Another will be short-tempered. Quick to you. Sister, tell me, I see on your application, because before I see you, I made up and I've got your file. From the investor, I've got the file, and now I've got you. Says, Mama Elaman, I see your registration here on the file. It's not corresponding with this one. Why? Why Mbuzaleyo? Now someone react that way. They start fighting. You see, remember, when you are looking for clarity, whereas it's an accusation for you to say, you are not living where you said you are living. Can you see it now? Don't ask any question that can create a problem between you and her. Next is, ma'am. If we leave this one needs time, and we just don't have time. Fine. Let's consider this issue. When a person comes to report gender-based violence, you must always know this. It was not an easy decision to approach you. Always remember that. It has taken a lot of time for them to make that decision. Many instances of gender abuse are underreported. So when one comes up, it's serious. Because they simply don't report. So when they say, I've been abused, believe them. Because it might be 1 out of 1,000,000. So something has happened here. Obviously, there's a lot of myths around this thing. The universities don't know. Don't go to CPS if you want to be abused further to report the case. CPS, next. Fine. There's procedures. There are procedures that you need to follow. I'll explain these things when I have time. We don't have time now. How you structure the procedures around GBV. There's a whole course on this matter. Next. Pass this one. It needs time. Let's deal with the needs of the survivors. Because that we don't need time for. We must pick them. The first thing that the victim needs, they need to regain who they are. Remember, there were people before this thing. Let them regain that part of themselves. This is who I am. Number 2, they need security because there can be a danger that the boyfriend or husband will do it again. You know, at times I get worried when I present this course. Because at times you hear people crying. Yes, this is me. These guys. I've experienced that thrice in my life. Where I teach this course. I'm thinking I'm making a joke. I hear people crying. Why? It's about me also. Joanne. They want to be safe. They want acceptance. Remember, one of the things that we crave for in life is acceptance. Remember, we are made in the image of God, and God wants us to accept Him as the main man. That's what He wants. That's what He wants us that, look, this guy made us. We all need that, guys. We want to be accepted as human beings. We don't want to be accepted as labels. Oh, Loyan Damas, we're rape. Am I right? Yes, that's what we do. That's what we do all the time. They want acceptance. They want you to understand that, you know what? This thing can happen to anyone. They want an understanding. Validate them. Validate them. Don't ostracize them. Validate them. Good eye, man. You know what? You are a good person. I know that. You are not this rubbish that this person is saying. Validate them. They want trust. When she tells you a story of the brother, you must keep it to yourself. Do you hear me? Keep it to yourself. I don't even include it in the report. I make a note for myself. There's a brother also here, but I leave it. When I submit my report, I don't bring about other things. You know why? I wanted to trust me. That even with the most important fact, I kept quiet. Unless she tells me, I don't. I just leave it. Then she trusts you. Yes. I told her that case. You didn't tell anyone. I said, no, I didn't tell anyone. Nobody knows about this matter. It's between me and you. No one will know. Why? I won't tell anyone. Keep quiet. Just keep quiet. I won't tell anyone. Next. Who to contact? Let's start with the problem makers, CPS. Let's start with CPS. Yeah, let's start with the skilled people of CPS. Firstly, the control room is not an ideal place to disclose this thing. Firstly. But let's start with CPS, guys. Guys, let me tell you, once we can train CPS people properly, we can turn them around. That's all that they need, training. Turn them around. They can be the best people to interview and remember, CPS staff, they know the campus. They know matrons. They know the setup. They know the students. So they are likely to bring more impact into the case than a guy from outside. When I was in Wusu, it took me 3 weeks to break the case. Some of the CPS would have taken them a day. Because I don't know the campus. I mean, there's a bar, well, not a bar, there's a spa next to the university. There's a bush at Umtata. The campus is standing by itself. The residences are in a mess. So when I get there, I have to have climatized myself. Hey, yeah, here it's tough. So by the time I interview you, I already have drawn an impression about this place. But someone who lives there might have drawn a different impression from me. Are you aware? It might not be me. I might be coming with a city view on a matter that needs a rural understanding. Yeah?
You say this it could happen during the night?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
It could happen during the night, and therefore the investigators are not there.
That's it.
Only the control room. The control room, there's a control room operator supposed to have that information and jot it down on the occurrence book. But now I don't think the control room will ask more questions. The control room operator will make a recording.
Yeah. It will be
on occurrence book.
Yeah.
For the purpose of that to be seen by the investigating officer will be attending on. It could happen. Yeah, it could happen. The investigating officer will be on standby that particular day. He or she will be given a call to come and attend this thing.
Yeah.
Don't blame CPS.
Yeah. No, I'm coming to the part. You remember I said we need to have victim? Okay.
I understand what Benton is saying.
Yeah.
However, campuses operate differently. We have standby. The moment the student reports to the control room, the control room operator calls that investigator and he comes out.
Lovely. Is that at the main campus? At your campus?
So there's no thing of the will be recorded in the OB and tomorrow morning. No. Immediately they call the investigation officer. The details of the student will be recorded by the control room. But the investigating officer will respond immediately. I just wanted to ask something.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask something. This whole thing of gender-based violence, this thing is not only policy, it's a criminal offense as well. So now, once it becomes a criminal offense, the police needs to be somewhere in this. So, at our level of investigation, which is more like
preliminary.
Yes. Once a student comes and tells you, like, Nicole, this happened, and from there on, it's where it is recorded, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, it's where it is recorded that student X came and reported it, then assistance is arranged with student ATS and all those things, and then the gathering of that evidence which you referred to earlier, crime scene and all those things, that can only be done by the SAPS, otherwise we are contaminating that scene. The only thing we can do is preserve that scene. We cannot collect evidence, we cannot take it to a district surgeon for that, because there's a specific kit that the SAPS have, and they have that authority to take it to the district. However, we are there in support of our student, working with the every step of the way.
Correct. Now let me tell you what the practicality is. You see, our basis course on reality, not the movie that you see on American Law Society of in Colorado. Let's be honest. If a student comes to report a case of GBV, how long do you think the police will take them?
No, we take them there.
Okay, no. So you take them to the police?
What happens with us is yes, the student reports it. She's telling the investigating officer, this is what happens to me. Right, we come further, we organize the counseling and all those things. And from there, with the TUT vehicle, he takes her to the police station, to the designated investigating officer and all those things. They assist her there. He stays with her the whole time. When they take her to the district surgeon for samples and all those things, he's with her and he brings her back.
That's it.
But remember, Mr. Ngolo.
No, hold on. I want to answer it because what she's asking is very, I want to be practical about it. What she's saying is very important. My experience is this. first win a contest to tell you what does she want. She might have come to report a lecture. She might have come to report that she lost a car. You don't know. First, she comes to tell you things are bad. So you can come and say, hey, I've come to report the gender-based violence. No, that doesn't happen that way. That happens on a movie. Or the American movies happen that way. In real life, it doesn't happen that way. No. In real life, she comes there. Is this CPS this? Can I say something? What? Isn't you don't know. What? Now, CPS guys, they don't have time. I want to talk about what happened to CPS. Not in American movie, that happened in the S. What happened in the life? What? She's not aware what it's not. This is what happens in the life. That's no. But that's not the exactly what happened. You might find that by the time she comes to tell you, first she hadn't had a bath for a week because she's been in a woman. So when you say what? Yeah. Can't tell you. Unless you student come to say, you know what, I'm here and I'm going to for gender balance. That doesn't happen. That movies there. Really that doesn't happen. They come there, hysterical, emotional, crying. And just asking, oh, okay. Please, you know what I'm trying to say? You don't know. You don't know what she's reporting. You cannot say it's theft. So, how are you going to think it's theft? Let's go to police station, this gender-based violence, this one. You don't know. You first have to establish why is this person here. It may take up to 4 to 5 hours. Before she tells you exactly what's the problem here. So, yeah.
As I was about to say to you, in case of a case, when a student comes to the field, remember, we only male speakers. We usually have a companion of
a woman.
It could be your colleague or it could be the answer of the last minute. Should be able to talk. Remember, when you start to talk to her about what really transpired, she won't be open to you.
No, she won't be. So you don't know what is happening.
Yeah, I know. But now when you call someone, like, let me call this one to come closer and listen, then we give them a chance. They should call you a colleague. Look, this is the case of rape.
Okay, let's take this as a case. Let's take these 2 lesbians, married. Let me be I'm real. I'm not one buying movies. I don't watch American movies. I say very, very, very. 2 men of the same sex. 2 men. They are having a relationship. The one has done the other one he doesn't. Real story, yes. Not the story that you read in newspapers. Real story that you have there. Real thing. Now he comes there. He's a bodybuilder. He's very big. I want to make a case. You look at him. Hey bro, I'm going to fight this thing. What's your problem? You're big. That's your first reaction. Because this is the case I looks like you can fight. Yeah. But one thing, then you have your alcohol or your girlfriend. What's the problem? Now, you're asking yourself, who is this guy? Now, you don't know this person is having a relationship with a man. You don't know. Now, you say, hey, look, I want to report something. I said, never tell me. You are a man. I mean, we are men, chief. Let's talk. What are we doing here? What is that thing? What is that thing? That thing. What? Oh, that's it. Oh. But it doesn't look like he's normal. It doesn't look like he's funny. I have been right. What? You? That's how guys react, no man. You? That's a normal nature. But movies will tell of a person with the rights. It doesn't happen like that, guys. On movies, they explain to you so nice that a policeman will take things for sure. You will write. No. At CPS on a Friday evening, that's not going to be your approach. At a control room, that's not going to be your approach. There's a lot of issues. There's a fight in the residences. There's a parking that's wrong. It's raining. You're not going to listen to a man who says, it's going to problem. What problem is it? Say, what do you want? That's what happens there. What do you want? Hey, chief, we're busy, man. What do you want? Yeah, hey, chief, we're busy. Hey, chief, I'm busy. We must go and do a parade. What's your case? What's your matter? That's what happens. I'm thinking of a man. Going in rain. Now, firstly, our approach to this is that we are supposed to be normal. Am I right? So we ask ourselves, hey, this guy. Chief, hey, what is it? You don't know what to ask further. They go, okay. When? What? What? Now, one of the things you can't see now, it's too late. You have already had judgment on this person. Are you aware? They said, but you're too big. So you're too big, you should move that guy. That's why you're too big. Now, why do you allow him in the first place? They said, that's what happens, guys. That's what happens in not the rest. The rest is nice. You get it into the control room. Oh, sorry, we do have a victim and go decide. That's what happens. In real life, CPS, they are fighting about overtime, they are not okay. So they're not coming something about when it's fighting about overtime. Yeah. You're not going to hate them. Yeah. I'm coming on to you. Now, when you extract guys, hold on. Guys, hold on. No, let me tell you. You see, guys, the first thing that must do, and this is what I teach people, run a strong campaign on how to report and how to expect the report. Yeah. Strong campaign. Report. How to report it. What are the signs that must tell you that guys have been great? Give us signs. Serious resonance, they don't know signs. They don't know. So, run a campaign, guys, when you want to report this, these are the processes that must go. Guys, I don't know. Yeah, you see that's a problem. That's it. That's one other thing that I said. How do you run a GP? Yeah.
Running a campaign is not going to solve it. Let's be honest, like you said, we're not watching BBC. Yeah. We're all from CPS, but we are not all on the same. Remember, you brought that thing in of recruitment. Yeah. Because that's the first mistake. Yeah. Not all of us have the same understanding. Not all of us have the same level of tolerance. Not all of us have the same level of composure and behaving. And I say this, just making an example. We are almost now calling this very good. Yeah. How many people were laughing at the jokes they were making now? Whereas in this class, there are people that find that topic very sensitive. And we were laughing. People were laughing about it. And other people didn't find it funny.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying. So it's the same thing with when it comes to CPS. Not all of CPS is incompetent. Not all of them are rotten. However, yes, there is a big percentage, a large percentage that is difficult to turn because they were wrongly recruited to start off.
Thank you.
And then this thing of a person coming to report. Yes, we are not being delusional and saying, I'm going to say I'm coming to report. No, they come with their emotions, they come with their own.
They come crying.
Yes, they will sit in Mr. Marafi's office for 2 hours. He doesn't eat sometimes. The door is closed, he's listening to them. But what I want to bring to the thing is the fact that there are certain things where they are limited in the level of investigation that they are doing, that the police can only do. The police can take the sample because, like you said, when they come to report it, you cannot establish was it a rape at that time, was it something else or something else or something else. So he needs to listen to her and gain her confidence and her trust and everything. But all of us are not the same. Yes, CPS is not 100%, but there are people that are making this. So,
I agree. No, I agree with you. Thank you for bringing that one. Let me.
In addition to that, what you say, because sometimes they don't remember what happened to them. So it's a procedure that we need to take them to investigation, get them tested.
And it's therefore that thing of the fact that CPS, even if they are not as clever as everybody thinks they should be, they are there from the beginning, from the first time when the child started there, crying or whatever. taking all this, listening all along, going with the person to the police station, everything. We had a case there of a student, Molapi, that was held hostage in a room by a boyfriend who's also a fellow student. She was assaulted with a cold drink bottle and jumped through the fourth floor window, broke her leg. She was hospitalized for more than 9 months. She's still in hospital. She's in a wheelchair now. And the family is upset about it because the police was not properly supported in the investigation. And the student, now another thing, they can do only as much with the investigation. But student judiciary has to decide on the student's suspension or whatever. They also take time. And then people are angry because they feel that they are failed by CPS. But it's not CPS who failed them. That very same person who assaulted that girl, who's now paralyzed in a one leg, graduated, we took photos. And the family is angered. But then everybody looks at CPS failed. It's not CPS who failed. Student judiciary up until now.
Thank you.
Those are the people that should be invited here.
Yeah. Let me share this with you. You know, in 2016, 2017, and 2018, I ran this program. You know what this is that I realized? Once you start getting the causes of this investigation, you'll be surprised. Last year, 2020, last year, I did the same, was a very program for architects in Cape Town. You know, in the middle of the course, I got the WhatsApp. I said, you know what, I want to say my story. You know, that's it. Wait there. In this case, I came and said, you know, I want to say my story. People were crying when we said the story. That was one of the 15 cases I won. At the High Court. I want to say my story. I invested that case with nothing. No big book, no arbitrary debts. We won it at campus, we won it at Vice Court, we won it at the High Court. With nothing. Nothing. That's the word. Now, unfortunately, a course like this, you have to go deep for people to understand. You see, you can't make a movie like other days are doing, put a movie. I'm not going to do a movie, I got it. I do that. And I didn't deliver it. So that you know exactly what I have. You're not going to find a guest case. Now I prepare you for Aemon. This is what's going to happen. Be there. If it does happen, and it will be this way. There's a guy that said you want to do something.
Sorry, just to interrupt.
Yeah.
Something perhaps we might not, we need to immediately add, Mr.
Yeah.
Cities to those, to when we started is, I pick up that there's actually a serious problem in terms of staff wellness.
Okay.
It's a basic thing.
Yeah.
That I know when I pick from, the different character flavors. On the event and the present. There's a lot of HRP work that must be done to first prepare to be a real safety commissars on campus. Because this is the academy and we need to put more of intensify their wellness first. I think it's very key. The field frame is very different because of the different dynamics in handling cases as practitioners, as safety commissars. And the other thing that I see, like I said, I wish the seniors could be here. And that works well with us. senior will turn to you and say that it's normal. They think it's normal. And what does most do? Because they fear challenges seniors. They brush things aside.
Yeah, because they don't want to deal with the real issues.
They don't want to deal with the real issues. And that damages subordinates. They've got problems. They would wish to make impactful difference in their work as safety commissars. But if you don't have that, sorry, we can be practitioners, we can be professionals, but that's a major thing that has to happen in most institutions, because the safety commissars see different, the type of work they carry out is quite different. They start very early, they are there overnight, a lot of things, etc., etc. We want the campus protection, the campus being safe, infrastructure, everything being safe. When do they get training? Is this enough when we are here? No, it's totally not. But this, it's a real eye-opening. But if they were here, but we will make reports. If they were here, we're not going to say investigation that we had it was very excellent. We are going to do more, but we were going to say we need also those kind of relationship, intensive evaluations of our relationship with those seniors. Brushing things, do as if you don't see, it doesn't work. We must call a spade, it does not work. You can have a master's degree, you can study and everything, but reality is that a character has to be enhanced correctly. Wellness should be created for a worker. You cannot create only wellness by keeping a heater, keeping lighting, because if it's dim, it affects you, but you won't see it. Psychologically, it affects you in a room, on a working environment. Psychologically, you won't see it, but it's got a negative effect on you. When you leave campus, something is different that tricks your mind. You're going to be a little bit of a different person. Those are the things that happen, and these are the things we need to capture and put them as key. Yeah, thank you, colleagues.
Now, on the railway tracks, you kill people, you train these people all the time, you know that, no? These people fall out of it. It happens all the time. There's a guy called Rodney Dixon. He passed on now. He was one of the best leaders I had. He was sharp, very sharp. Now, 90% of his cases, he was investing in claims that might potentially come against us. So you need to go and get the stories right. What did he tell me? Among the things that he was picking up bodies. He didn't tell me that. You hear me? He was picking up human bodies. Yes, I didn't know that. Look, I heard about it though, but I didn't, it really didn't click. This is not picking up bodies and put them in a bag. And he was a good investigator. We won. Those many people of him. He did a thorough job on the scene. One day, out of the blue, Ronnie shot himself. Ronnie is dead. But I put it up. This guy is something like that. He started drinking. Heavy. And most of the time, I was also drinking. I said, oh, nice. Because he concept. He comes over to me. Then we drink. So I thought I can get it back. Hey, don't water in here. Now every time we will drink. I didn't know what the issues were. This man was working 45 to 50 hours a week. He never stayed at home. No, they didn't do it any time. You know that. They did it any time. So he must do the same. Pick up bodies. Dead bodies of human beings.
That's what is going to pick now. He never told me. He was telling me, hey, all that extra bags. And I knew that soldiers would supply us with bags. I knew. But I didn't ask further. When he collapsed, he was happy to see me. He was happy with me. And not a nice way. Then I got a story. Rodney started drinking. So initiated him from investigation. Drink off. We need to go to drink off. That's what he was doing. He left it, but then he became him. Nobody, as soon as I read somebody, they say, no, guys, Rodney's a job. And I didn't know, because you know, he made money, he got overtime. He made money, make no mistake. Got a lot of overtime. We didn't realize that he was doing this. Shot himself. Dead. In his house. Boom. You know, I didn't realize this. Well, I didn't follow it up. We got an investigation, blah, blah, it's done. 6 months down the line, another investigation, same. Took his son, stabbed the son, cut the son into pieces, put the son into a bag, and put the bag on myself, and he was his wife. Henry again. Whatever. So these things have a way of affecting you that you have a way. Now, Henry was a nice guy, beautiful, clean. How did what is that done? He took his son, stabbed him, cut him into pieces, put him in the body in a bag, put the bag underneath. You know when they know? When they know? When they was in the room. But then started knowing there's a problem. When they went to, and then, you see, it was during winter 4, so he said to his wife, the son went to the grandmother in Mama's Baby. It's about 25, 50 kids from Cape Town. So the wife believed him. He had no reason not to trust him. He had killed the boy, stabbed him. So let me tell you guys, the more you investigate cases of journalism, they're going to affect you with some. So you need to rotate people. They're going to affect you. Because you get to know about what people have done. Horrible stories. Horrible stories. You get to know about them. Horrible stories. And at that time you don't know whether to know this or to leave it out. You don't know. Mama doesn't want to take notes. You don't know whether to don't do this part of all that, leave it out. I had a case where one lady told me that he had a husband and a boyfriend, but the marriage was not sound. The husband, he went to the boyfriend, so the husband was restricting him to see the dog. You hear that? Yeah. And the only person I had to trust was the boyfriend. That she could trust was the boyfriend. When the boyfriend came to tell me, and the wife came to tell me what happened, I'm not going to lie, guys, it affected me. It happened over years. It wasn't one day. Like, let us put your thumbs in. So does the shit. So does So let me warn you, who will be investigators? Let me warn you about my head. Your life will be affected. Badly. Don't go into this section if you don't have a heart of a lion. That's what's going to happen. People will tell you upfront, you know what? Especially if the alleged offender trying to win you over, he's going to contest things to you rather than with him. Let me tell you, I say 99% of cases that happen on CTV, the victim was one, the accuser was once a victim. Let me tell you this right now. The so-called accused was once a victim himself. They'll tell you what happened to me. Now I don't know whether to buy time or what. They'll tell you of their own cases.
Yeah, just to stop this one.
Yeah.
I see we are so
It's easy, they must have that. You have got an employee wellness program. You guys have that.
But are they using it? Because what we are talking about now, it doesn't need a heart. We all have our weaker side all the time. And when you encounter sensitive cases, you after whatever it was, you need therapy. Because otherwise, if you don't get it, it comes back after years.
Yeah, and then it hits you.
And it hits you hard. But if you get therapy immediately, the better.
Guys, because of this course, this program is a short program. Whenever I start this, because it takes a week for me to explain this one course. Sometimes I go deep, I know, and I have problems with it. And don't think I don't have hard, I do it hard. I do that, I'm getting it. I do it hard. But I think I need to get deeper. So you can understand what you want to face. I need to tell you that this is what's going to happen. A person will lie to you and manipulate you with their own stories. To try and make you understand why they did it. They won't. I mean, there's one piece of this guy who's going to let me not tell you. Some of you are so I'm really there for everything. Sissy, let's go next. Let's start here. What are the rights? You see, a lot of people don't know. In terms of the Constitution of South Africa of 1996, an accused person has got a right. And that's away. An accused person has got rights. Yes. Yeah, he's got rights. You cannot just say he's an accused of JB, therefore who is right? No, he's got rights. Number one, when you go and when I go, because normally I'm forced to go and interview, which is what I don't prefer. I want somebody to go in and interview the alleged offenders. I already have an impression about what happened. When you go there, please make sure that they have got their rights. Chief, look, you know why I'm here? No, I don't know. Okay, I'm here because of this. Oh yes, yes, yes. No. What can you tell me about that? She's my girlfriend. Was she telling about this nonsense of last week? What nonsense is that? I just have to fight with her. You know she's got a big mouth. These women, you know the news. That's how they start. You know the news. And by the way, did she tell I took it to a doctor at my own money? Did she tell you that? Not the way you should get there. But what's your side of the? You know, she wakes up very early. And my test starts at 11. She's supposed to have this meeting, so I moved things. You just don't know. I know that there's a corporation on your phone. It's for the first time. Look, we have arguments there and there. You know yourself, you are a man. Argument there and there, but nothing major. Okay. Well, this is what is better to ask. So let me stop you right there. You got the right to be silent. Right now. And whatever you can tell me now, I'm going to make notes of it. So you might as well shut up. You've told me you're moving. And I'm making note that you said you are waiting up moving. It's good. You've told me that already. Yeah. So, shut up. By the way, we do have a law clinic at this building. Go there and tell your lawyer what happened. Go ahead. Oh, you better go to the second lawyer. But we'll see that. But if you don't want to tell them that. Let me tell you, you will save him from saving time. Tell them that upfront. Once you hear this contract, tell him. Hey, Chief, let's stop here. Let's stop right now here. Don't tell him anything in fact. Go to your lawyer and tell him what's going on. You know me the problem. You allow him to speak, you don't give him his rights. They go to court, you find his name and say, hey, Dr. Goel, why did you interview this guy? Why did you tell him? No, you tell him right. No. Go. Go. That's the end of the matter. As soon as he's handed him, go. And he's got the right to be silent. They got the right not to be discriminated against. They got the right even to be presumed innocent. They have a right to be presumed innocent. Yes. Even though this case is a card and drag case, man. You have to write to the Baba. I'm not sure. When I see him, you have told me you have done this thing. So, what are you talking about? Oh, thank you. Thank you. What are the options of redress? Yeah, what are the options of redress? This case is interesting. What are the options of redress? Guys, please, I'm trying to give you in 1 hour what I don't want to do in a week. So you can imagine how I want to run through things. What are the options of redress? Number 1 is the criminal justice system for both the accused and the alleged victim. Guys, let me tell you, I support this, but this is what's going to happen if we go forward. You're going to get a lawyer there of this guy. And he might, I'm not saying he will, he might ask you these questions. So I prefer that I ask you these questions myself, so that I can pay you. Because that's what's going to happen. The second right that they are alleged offender, they are alleged sabotage, is the right to sue the university. There's a lot of cases over there. A lot of cases. One person asked me, I said, ladies, go and open up a civil case and pull up all the copies that they have on the health and safety. They're supposed to create a safety department, they failed. When I asked them for all the names of their safety reps, they don't have them. We've got the cases and the cases around. We don't have them. When do you guys have a safety meeting with safety reps with minutes? Yeah, that's a problem, guys. Yeah, that's a problem. There is supposed to have safety meetings. That brings about all the potential hazards, real and imagined. So that we can do something. Now, if the safety reps are not working, the individual will be exposed. Okay? That happens in the ACC, we can have a disciplinary inquiry against this man. But what do you want? You want to suspend him? Please, suspend him. Suspend him. He's a dog. Okay. Sure. We'll do that. Support. Man, I like that part that I made reference to. When they go into the lawyer, go with them CPS. Remember, the first people that they will see is you, am I right? And they make friendship with you guys. Go with them. Because remember, guys, lawyers are very fine people. They are cold and unfeeling. That's how they're trained for. Lawyers are not supposed to be emotionally involved with anything. Are you guys aware? Yeah, they don't be emotional. They're not supposed to be. Deal with facts. Finish. Now, lawyers come and say, hey, sit down there. You're okay. Let me see this. Oh, this case about CSR, blah, 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 blah. Now, lawyers will reduce your name to a case. A case, they reduce you to a case number. That's what they're trained for. Don't expect a lawyer to be a counselor. They're not counselors. Oh. They deal with facts and the law finish. If you want to say, hey, here's coffee. If he gives you coffee, the investor will be charged for that. Are you alright? If you give you a scone, the investor will be charged for it. It's going to come on the bill. They're going to charge you for that. Next, man. Hey, my daughter. Really honest with you. I'm tired. I wish I could continue with this part. This part is another part that needs. I wish I could. Excuse me, I'm coming to close this chapter. I'm tired. Tomorrow, I'll spend 10 minutes on this. Is it fine? Yeah. Yeah, let's have a session in the morning. I'm tired. Yeah, I'll be fresh. Then I can have this last part. This last part is important. While I'm still fresh. Because now I'll be dealing with issues that need me to be fresh. Do you see how emotional attached you become? Do you see how emotional I am now? That's what happens. If you are emotional attached to this business, whether or not you like it, they affect you. I'm going to drink water, and something is going to come to the farm, it is going to close. Am I right? Yeah, that will be too much. Yeah, it will close. Tomorrow,
But I do believe that it was a very good session and dealt on the issue of GBV, especially in relation to the work that you guys are doing. And I think he has said enough. We are going to adjourn for today. And as he has said, there's a session in the morning. The announcement will be made in terms of what time. Will that be fine?